Hello. Let's wait 2 more minutes or so, and then we can go ahead.
I honestly forgot this was happening. Discord didn't even warn me.
Okay, so the usual suspects have arrived. I have a recording already running, so that we can remember what was said. I was thinking I will start off with just screen sharing and giving a run over, a recap of what is currently in the patch repository, where it has left off, where it's left at, and then like problems it has, things it did good and things it did bad, and what maybe potential steps forward could be. The status quo is that we are not working on this repository. We're only working on code since a year now. And I think everyone here except Stubiax has not worked on this project before. Exile knows things about it because he was there at this time. But all the programmers are not aware about this. So let me share the screen. Share screen here. Yeah, is that working?
Yeah, I can see it at my end.
Very good. Okay, I also made the font super large, everything, so that it's easy to eyeball on small devices. Okay, so what do we have? So
just a moment. Oh, we can only see your Discord screen.
Okay, well that sucks. Okay, let me stop streaming again and click here again and oh yeah, it says only Discord. Here, entire screen. There we go. There we go. Let's try that. So now?
Yeah, that's better.
Very good. Okay. Great. So in here in the Super Hackers organization, we have all sorts of repositories, and here at the top we have the 2-pinned code and patch, which is synonymous for data. They are complementary, but right now entirely decoupled. right? So code works on its own thing, and patch was working on its own thing. They are meant to be used in combination of each other in the end, like user facing, right? But for all intents and purposes, game code is not will not specifically build towards a patch. It will provide the functionality for the patch to pick up, but it won't drive the patch into a certain direction. Like, so if the patch wants to use functionality that goes beyond the original functionality of the game, then game code will provide this in terms of any configurability, and then the patch can pick that up, right? So that's just a relation. But other than this, right now, the patch doesn't know about the code. There's no submodule for it here. When you build the patch, it doesn't contain any code, right? Last update is from 9 months ago about some localization changes, and nothing of significance has happened. We have issues. We moved most of the code issues that are not relevant for data, moved to the code repository. So closed ones are 370, opens 390. So things are left to do. Labels are missing here on some, so maybe Lemon can make a pass on that. There are a lot of pull requests open here, a lot of stuff for language, localization, a lot of texture changes, and yeah, so there's a lot of to do here, which is never finalized. Similar to our code repository, where we keep adding new pull requests, yeah, and it just keeps accumulating and not being finalized. The repository has 1,700 commits. So the main bulk of changes is, I would say, in ini files, but also in text-related files, so localization, and then textures also a lot. There's not much going on for models, for window-related scripts, so GUI stuff, and yeah, I think these are the main components of the game, right? There's a build system in here, which is facilitated here by this mod builder tool, which is a Python project, which is separate of the patch. It's like a generic tool for mod building, which is configured with JSON files, where you can say, hey, I want to take these files from this folder, and I want to convert them into this format, or copy them into this directory, and then I want to build it into the big files that then the game understands. So that's the main purpose of it. It does have like different kind of conversions here, where you can convert any files into the big files, CSF to STR and the other way around, PSD files to these DDS files that the game then uses. And there's also something for Blender files to W3D by the plugin from OpenSage. Yeah, so some things, obviously things are still missing, like in terms of models, like we don't have good support really, like Blender to W3D is quite a mess because the formats are so incompatible with each other that you lose information on the export from Blender to W3D. So it's really not great. We did experiment with this, and it's usable, but it's not great. It breaks some things of models. Yeah, so here's the main folder is patch 1.04pzh. Just to give like a recap of how it spawned. So originally Jundi and Exile worked on a balance patch for 0 hour, where they tweaked unit costs and unit build times, just that, in an attempt to balance the game. Yeah, and then they ran like tests with this with players and some small tournaments and so on, and players generally liked it in terms of balancing. And so we said, okay, let's take this as a foundation to work off. And then so when we started here at the very beginning of the project, we added some original ini files, and then we added these build cost and build time tweaks right off the get-go that Exile and Jundi had made. But then later we realized, okay, that's not really the direction to go. What we need to do is much more complicated than that, much more complex. And so we reverted all of that again to the original state and then started fresh. And so over time, the project mainly focused on polishing the game in all data relevant areas. So the focus of the patch is not to be a balanced patch. It can be, and there are changes for balancing purposes, but the main purpose is polishing the game. So fixing all the bugs, all the crap in all sorts of user-facing things like text and textures and models and logic, gameplay bugs, anything that is just not great, right? And we weren't specifically like selective of the things. Whatever looked bad, we tackled and we discussed it, and we didn't have like strong processes as to like how we sign it off. It was like, okay, a majority of people or some people liked it, and then okay, let's go ahead and merge it, yeah. Or there was a lot of resistance to something, and then we said, okay, let's not do it and try something else instead. Some of the changes that we did here, they did not consider code, right? Obviously, because a couple of years ago there was no source code, so some of the changes are workarounds to problems, right? So for example, there's a change for the microwave tank exploit on the supply drop zones where you cannot target them anymore or something like that with a microwave tank. It is a workaround for the exploit, but it's not like a clean fix, right? So the clean fix must be done in code, and I think we have already done it. So that means the data change is obsolete and can be reverted again. And I think there are a couple of these things that, once it's properly fixed in code, it can be reverted in data again, right? So also the early stages were quite messy here in the commit history. Like as you can see here, there's like a lot of merge commits done here. So not the first 100 commits or so, it's quite a mess. And then only a bit later, we had like a linear history where everything looked clean. The good thing is that most commits are pretty good isolated units, the same way we do it in code. So it's easy to see, okay, what exactly has changed. Yeah, same we do in code, like small targeted changes. At the start, it was not always so clear. So some of the changes, they brought in like unrelated files, for example. Yeah. So at the start, a bit messy, but okay, it is what it is. Also, there's like another branch here next to main branch, main LFS, which is here, where we were experimenting with large file system or whatever it's called, Git LFS, which is like not putting data files into the actual Git repository, but it's putting links to files that are stored in a large file repository, which is hosted somewhere. But we quickly realized that this is unsustainable because GitHub charges for these files that are then hosted somewhere else and not directly in the repository, and it balloons so quickly and it's just unaffordable. So this is something that is still associated with the repository and takes up 500 MB of some virtual space. I don't know how to get rid of this, so it just sits there. It doesn't bother the Git repository itself, but it's just like some dirt that is now in there in this in GitHub. There's also some other dirt. Like I think there's one commit where we added a bunch of W3D files in an attempt to, hey, let's add these and then make a pass on these and recenter them so that they're properly centered in the game world. Yeah, and that their origin is in the center of the model and not that the model is shifted on some axis. But this never materialized into an actual action item because no one felt responsible working on this. And now with code, we can probably do it better anyway. So yeah, there was some useless stuff added. Also, there's like a design folder in here where there's some like unrelated things in here. Like I don't know, like launcher, for example. Like launcher, it doesn't belong into patch. So like, why is this here, right? There's a very pedantic documentation in this repository where every change is accompanied here by these YAML files. Yeah. So every change has these YAML files written up. Let me open one in open with Notepad. Okay, apparently I can't open it with a standard Notepad. Then let's open it with Notepad++. Yeah. So it's like when it was added, like a title and then a more detailed description, then the labels here and the links to the GitHub and the authors. The purpose of this was that we can then generate changelogs out of these things, and everything is like we don't need to rely on GitHub to give us some history, but it's like directly in the repository and we can edit it. So if we make like a revision on a change, like let's say we revert something, then we just delete the YAML file and then it's gone from the changelog that would have been would have added this if we were to make a release with this one reverted and we were not able to remove this, right? So it allows to edit these, like let's say you make an amendment to a change, then you can just edit this YAML file, which is related to a prior change you already did. So it gives like some flexibility and you're not bound to like the static commit history to generate a changelog with. So if you just like use a commit history, then you have all this noise in there of like intermediate changes or reverts or things like this. So it doesn't give you a fine control. Also, you can't like, well, you can add like labels and things like this, but I found this to be useful for the purpose of generating changelogs, which are also visible here in the front page of this, where you can generate different views out of these. So right now it only generates markdown files, but you can like you can control, okay, I want to filter by all the USA changes or China changes or so on, right? And so you can generate different changelogs. You could also decide, okay, I want to generate a HTML page out of this, right? So that it can put it on the web and then have, just present it as a web page, or like some format that GenHub maybe would like to use for patch notes, right? So you have the freedom to just make a generator and generate some format and format it the way you like it. That's the main idea behind these changelogs. Yeah. We also did some surveys. I don't want to go into too much details on this, but this survey here in particular, the first one, had like 1,300 participants, and it gave some insights into like, okay, what do players would like to see. So we also did one for AI, so that we had like a bit of an idea what the community would actually like to see, and it's pretty much split. Like some people see no issues in the game, other people see a lot of issues in the game, but there's like a middle ground. Like people like to see things fixed, and other people, generally people like to see things fixed, but they are divided on like how far it should go, right? So some people are more conservative than others, right? Naturally. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Everything is in this one repository, so it doesn't split the ini files or the window files or art things into different submodules, right? So all data is in here, right? So you could argue, okay, maybe this repository, the patch repository, should split things apart, like separate art from text files, right? For example, right now everything is in one, which makes it convenient to work with this, but maybe it's too big of a repository, right? Because like art changes in particular, they're really, it's a lot of volume. So maybe it would have made sense to separate this, but then you have all this pain that comes with the submodules. Yeah, it's not clear to me what is better than the other. I think in Discord, one guy did write some experience with submodules, and he said it's an absolute pain once it gets bigger in complexity. I don't have experience with this, so I cannot judge it myself. But just like this one generals replace repository in code already has been a bit of a pain. It's not updated much, but like every time there's some update to it, then yeah, it's weird, the way it's handled. So yeah, it adds a bit of friction probably. But in the end, like I think this patch would need like a submodule for code anyway to get the code, right? So it probably will be a requirement for something at some point if we figure out how to continue with this thing in the first place. Regarding a mod builder, so the way this works is you have these batch scripts here, and the batch scripts are stupid. They don't know much, but they will pull in the mod builder tool and then drop it in here, and then it works. So the mod builder tool needs to be, it's really bad the way it's set up. It's, you have this Python project, and you need to build it. Yeah, so there's like a build project or so. Yeah, and then that builds like it freezes a Python project into like executable files so that it runs standalone, and then it needs to be 7 zipped up so that it becomes smaller. And then then I made like a release here. Yeah, here release, and then this release is pulled in here with these batch scripts. Yeah, and then it gets extracted, and then it's there, and it will work, and then it can be used. I say it's stupid because you always need to compile it first on the mod builder repository. It would be much better if the Python scripts were just like just lived here, because the Python scripts are really light, right? So it's just a few kilobytes, right? So if it would just work in here and it would just like build right here with Python, and that would have been much better. But there were some pains with this, and like on some machines, and then didn't work because Python is just stupid in ways that like it doesn't perfectly replicate on every machine the same way. I don't know. It's really weird the way this works. Even though Python has these let me go here. Python has these is it loading? It has these log files where it knows exactly what module it needs to refer to, like with a hash and everything, right? So like everything is meant to be here properly, but it still falls apart because Python is just a piece of garbage. The good thing about Python is that it's really easy to like understand and for scripters to maintain, right? So one of the motivations I had was because Commit2 was like he knows Python, so I thought, okay, let's do it in Python so that Commit2 can also contribute to this. But in hindsight, maybe not the greatest idea, because Python is also very slow, and takes a lot of effort to optimize and make faster. Yeah, so it's not great. Okay, but it works. Yeah, so functionality wise, it works. Now so let me launch this here. So this is the way it looks, right? So you have like a console window, and then you have like this GUI with a bunch of buttons. Yeah. In terms of so this was catered for original game. What is missing here, for example, is now a field where you can say, okay, I want to launch generals zh.exe. By default, it would just launch generals.exe, right? So there's no easy way to rename. It is configurable. So there are these JSON files up here. So all of this configures how the project is built, yeah, with the mod builder. And there's also here let's open this one here, mod folders. No, not that. I think it's a part of Windows. Here, default tools, probably. Default tools, so it pulls in some tools. Here, this is for textures. This one is for the localization files. And this one is for the big files generation. And the default runner, there we go. And yeah, so this one, you can specify it here, but you can't specify it in the UI, right? So yeah, you can configure like all the things, but not everything is available in the UI. So project specific, what is set up here is the patch comes with different bundles. So you have core bundles, which are here, the core Arabic to core Spanish, and then you have full bundles, full Arabic to full Spanish, everything, all the languages. And the distinction between core and full is that core only contains files that are absolutely required or that are like recommended, like the ini files, right? You need to have the ini files to properly be compatible, multiplayer compatible with other clients and have the core functionality of the game. And the full contains core plus optional things, and optional things being data that is not essential to run the patch. Like, for example, texture changes are not essential. Most of them are not essential for the game to run because the game already has the textures. And so if we just fix and polish textures, it doesn't need to be in the patch, in the core patch, right? It's like optional content that the user can decide if he likes it or not. Yeah. So it does support all the different, all the native languages from Italian, Korean, Polish, Spanish, German, French, and so on. It's all the original languages. And then on top, there are these 3 community languages, Arabic, Russian, and Ukrainian. Yeah. Looks like Ukrainian is missing from this list here. I don't know why, but okay. Yeah, so they all work. The Arabic language is a bit special because the writing is in reverse, right? So that has been quite a pain for editing this language. And also the original author that created this language file removed all the key mappings from it. Yeah? So it's just Arabic words, but no key mappings. Yeah, so it probably needs some polishing parts, but it's not important. Like, it's just bonus. Generally, it's very desirable to add new languages, especially Russian and Arabic, right? Because they have huge communities. English, Arabic, Russian, very important. Ukrainian is also nice. The language file is here, so everything is crammed here into this one massive file where we have combined all the languages into the same block, which then the tool takes and generates a file for each individual language which is then bundled here into these different bundles, right? So if you build core Korean, it doesn't contain the other languages, it just contains Korean language, and everything's catered to Korean, right? The way the original game does it. Yeah. And what this allows to do is that you can see, like, okay, how do these texts refer or relate to the other language? So US English is like the reference language, right? That's what the game was originally created with, and all other languages, they abide to whatever the English one says, and so you can easily see, are these in alignment or do they divert? And we already did a lot of polishing in this regard, and we also did a lot of polishing for like key mappings, that the keys are not conflicting with each other. Like English generally was okay, there were not much key conflicts, but like in German and French and Spanish and so on, there were a ton of conflicts because there was not like maybe they didn't pay too much attention to this, and so some keys you couldn't be able to press and things like this, right? Overall, I think with the text we did a good job. It's like, good state, I would say. Ini files, maybe a bit of a mess because of all these workarounds, and also there's like a lot of design changes that are probably debatable, controversial, and need to be reverted now, especially with a game design committee in mind, which will make decisions on what is good and what is not good. There would need to be a lot of reverting, very likely. It's not like the bulk of the work that is controversial, but it is some 100 changes plus, right? So yeah, things can be changed, but I mean, it's kind of normal, right? That you make some changes and need to revert here and there. Yeah. So yeah, also one word on how these optional changes work. Basically, it's similar to how C++ works. There's like there's some precompiler macros, so to say, in the ini files. So if we go to ini here and we go to command map, no, not command map. I don't know if I can find an example now. Maybe I just write something here how it would be. Like, so basically, you have like some code, yeah, and then you want to say, okay, I only want. It's not great code, yeah. But then basically, what you say is we have like a marker which says like patch core, right? Begin, yeah, for this code block, and then like a patch core end. Which marks the end, and then you can have like here patch optional begin, yeah, and patch optional end, and this basically marks like, okay, if I compile with just core, then it will add this. If I compile with optional, it will add this, right? So this way you can have like a bit of deviation in some of the non-CRC critical logic for the game. So, for example, key mappings or like how buttons are shown in which position or so. Like if something, because there's always you need to be considerate about making changes for players that have played the original game for 20 years, right? They will be much more susceptible to changes which affect their muscle memory or their expectation on the game. Like, for example, if you move a button, it seems kind of innocent, but it completely, like, it can confuse the player as to like where he expects the button to be based on his memory on this, and then suddenly it's like moved into a more logical position, but it's not the position that he remembered it to be, right? So you need to be sometimes a bit more considerate about this, and then it's a good opportunity to say, okay, for the core experience, we leave where it is, yeah, so that the legacy player has an easy time. But then for the optional bundle, we can say, okay, we move this a bit more generously so that new players start with like a better setup to begin with, right? So that was the idea for this kind of thing. Now with source code, obviously, we would have more possibilities to maybe even make it nicer, where we can more generously decouple new additions or changes from the original changes. Like, so for example, maybe we can have new ini files which override parts of the original files, or that can be selected in the game. Like, so you have like the ini files are not like the static thing they are, but they are more modular in the way that they allow for configurability in the game, like that you can actually select like different button position presets also, which are configured in the ini files, but they are still like selectable somehow, right? So this is like a consideration with source code. We are not anymore confined to the restrictions of the original structure, but we could design the data in ways that is more convenient for the purposes of what we want to build, right? So, and I think this is also something that going forward. So there is the idea of being able to provide different experiences to the player, where they can say, okay, I want to play the original game, yeah, with the same setups, same bugs. Yeah, I just love it. It's the best. No community work will ever be better. In my comp stomps, I want the original game. Okay, fair enough. Play the original game. We don't prohibit it. you can select it in the game, and you can go ahead and play the comp stomp with your original setup. Everything is as it always was, right? And then there will be some players who like, okay, I want the same experience as the original, but with all the bugs removed. Yeah, all the bug fixes gone. It just should work flawlessly, but no balance changes, no functionality changes that go beyond fixing bugs, right? There's also these kind of players. And then they should be able to select this kind of thing. And then there will be players who will be like, yeah, I want everything balanced and like no weird shit in there. It should just be a great game, the way that a modern publisher and developer would publish his game, and make a great experience for players. No overpowered Air Force or something like this, yeah. And then there would be these players who would then like to select this kind of functionality. And right now, if you just build one product and you do it the original way with these ini files, you can only really build one thing, right? So a consideration is to say maybe we can decouple like the patching edits from the original edits, so that you always build on top of the original, but you don't actually change the original, right? So this would be like a consideration. And then what this also gives you, it really clearly shows you the diff in not just as commits, but it shows you in the files, right? So you always have the status quo, the EA as the foundation, and then you have your own files on top that are read by the game, but yeah, they are like separate of the originals. You don't like go directly in and configure everything to your desire, but you build it on top and you substitute the original setup. Now, this obviously can grow more and more, right? So the more you actually touch, the more you actually replicate in effect, right? So it's not really yet clear to me how this would look, but it is a consideration. Like if we want to have like a clear separation of like tiers of changes, like where we say, okay, we have this one tier with just bug fixes, and then on top of these bug fixes, we also build design changes, right? So I think that there's merit to this. I can't tell you yet how this would actually look, but right now the patch doesn't adhere to this because of legacy reasons, right? So this is the current state. Also maybe noteworthy to say is that if we take off this filter here, so right now, historically, we always build, we put all the branches into this Super Hackers repository. Yeah, unlike what we do in code, where everyone is having his own local branches, we actually pushed everything to this repository. So all these branches here, they are actually in the origin. Yeah. Obviously we would like to go away from this approach, but right now, yeah, we have a lot of branches this way in there. They're sitting there. Not great, but okay. Yeah. So yeah, this is the current state. Maybe if you have questions or additional comments, maybe this would be a good time to talk about it. Otherwise, we can then go ahead to talk like, okay, what could be potential next steps, and how do we start? Like, for example, with the work that the committee will decide and things like this. Yeah. Or how do we revive this effort as a whole? Yeah.
So I suppose the concept going forward with integrating the patch would be to use Git GenHub.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
So code itself, so our code branch, it won't bundle. So the code doesn't drive the patch development, right? So the patch itself is like the product that is then delivered to the final user, right? And then is then able to connect to Generals Online, for example, or use a network lobby with Game Ranger. It's like a product that is user facing and that is powered by the code. The code is separate, but yeah, you have like this product, which is a bunch of big files plus the executable, and is then a product in GenHub. Yeah.
Is it always going to be that simple though? Because sometimes there will be changes that need touching on both sides. So a code change might also be dependent on a data change in a way.
Generally not. The code should not be dependent on data. If it is, then it should be decoupled. So the code should be project agnostic, right? So that any project can interface with the code and build upon it, right? So we don't want to build anything specific that only the patch can use or relies on or needs to have in order to run, right? So if the code adds something where a data change is required to make it work that is not part of the original, then it is a risky change. And it needs to be like a very deliberate reason to do this. Right now, we don't do this, which I think is good. It means that all the mods, all the legacy mods, they can all interface with our code, right? And this principle exists regardless of the retail compatibility we do. Like the retail, the CSC compatibility we do, this is a step further than this consideration, right? So even if we abandon the retail compatibility, we still want to be project compatible. Yeah. So if the patch has like specific requirement, like let's say it wants to add some new functionality to one of the units, yeah, then it needs to be configurable and opt-in. It needs to be optional, like a module. You want to add a new module that does some things, yeah, and then you just drop it in the ini file, and then the unit uses this kind of functionality. But you don't go to code and you change how the unit works without being able to configure it in the ini file. Yeah.
I'm talking about things outside of CRC. So like, imagine we add a new feature to the UI, so the WND files in code. But how do we ship those new UI elements, right? Those live in data. So that's a little bit the question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the window file wants to be modified, then that's the data change and it will be bundled with a patch. Yeah. The code offers the functionality to configure the window, and then the data sets up the design for it. Yeah.
Yeah, because like just a more realistic case, the thing I was working on, I think a while ago with the emote/chat buttons, right? I can change it in the code, but in the WND file, it's still called emote button, right? Like, how do we just want to leave it then for legacy reasons, or do we want to rename it on both sides?
Yeah, so you can't just rename it in code. This means that this is a good point. Yeah. So the problem here is that the code is not properly decoupled from the data. The code has references to data. This should have never been. There needs to be a layer in between this, where you say, okay, I have some abstraction of this, and then the data builds on top of this abstraction. Like, I can't give you like an exact implementation proposal for this, but yeah, it's not great that it like specifically references like a file and then the button name, right? So yeah, it's not ideal, but so you can't just go ahead and rename the button because then you break legacy files, right?
How about handling instances where there's a subsystem which has, say, some configuration in an ini, but the configuration in the ini is not the best configuration for it to use? Say, one example of that is where I've been working on some of the networking with Go, and then even in the Leggy build, where you have what's known as the run ahead, and that updates every 5 seconds. But we found that is far too slow to deal with network conditions. So at the moment in the Leggy builds, I kind of hard code that to be a second instead. So should we instead ignore those any configurations and just implement our own.
Yeah, I think it's always fine to deprecate old ones, and then the new code just adds new configurations. That's fine.
Yeah, because in that instance, it's still a case of that configuration is still a helpful one to have, but it's just the legacy value in the data is just bad in terms of performance.
Yeah, obviously, like the best case is to go to the data and just tweak this value to something that makes more sense. I mean, yeah, if the problem originates from data, then you need to fix it in data. So it's not easier to say, okay, I want to fix it now, but I can't touch data, or I don't know, it's not the right time to touch data, so I fix it in code. That's the same as saying, okay, I don't touch code, so I will do a workaround in data, right? It's the same problem. So you need to fix the problem at the correct location. So if the misconfiguration is in data, you fix it in data. If the misconfiguration or logic bug is in code, you fix it in code.
But then the issue there is, how do we distribute that change if it does cause a performance degradation, for example, but we're only distributing the code and the data separate?
So
whereas
so right now we don't work on data, and we don't distribute data. We don't distribute any, actually, right? We don't even distribute code. This would be done once we work on data as well. And then we fix it, we configure it there so that the code runs better. What we can do is you can create a macro in gamedefines.h and call it network hacks, enabled network hacks, or something like this. And then you can just force override something to make it work for now. We already did this for the GUI, for example. There's enable GUI hacks one, and where we just hacked something to work for now, but it needs to be very clearly behind the compiler thingy so that it can be removed easily and identified as well, that this is a hack. It shouldn't be like this, but it's okay. If we just want to, if we want to put something in code where we say the ini configuration makes no sense, it's recommended to tweak this a different way. We add this hack here, which is enabled by default, and then it's okay. Is that fair?
Yeah, that sounds fair. That sounds good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so do we have any other questions for the status quo? Otherwise, I will move on. Yeah, okay. Good. So now we go into territory where everything is vague, and I also don't have answers. Yeah. So I made a whiteboard here. Yeah. I don't know yet what I can draw here, but so basically what we have now is we have let's say here super hackers. Yeah. Super hackers, and so we have code, which we work on, and we have the patch, right? The patch data. So both are separate entities. Code is advancing quite well, right? Everything looks okay. Patch is paused and in a chaotic state. Yeah. Now, at the same time, we also have here the committee now building up. There should be two T's here. Yeah. So the committee is also building up, and they will make design decisions. Yeah. So let's put here like design. Yeah. Design. Okay. Sorry, it doesn't look great the way I draw this here, but okay. So they make design decisions. Yeah. So this does not necessarily mean that this materializes into a finalized product, but it gives clarity on changes. Now, Now, since we don't work on patch, we don't necessarily cater or follow suit with whatever the committee does right now. So maybe there's a place where we need to have something in between here, which is like a, like let's put it a different color, like a reference, a reference patch, yeah. So where the design feeds into this reference patch, and like all the controversial design changes and balance changes and controversial bug fixes, they all go into like a reference patch, which can be of any simple form. Like you can just have like these ini files. Yeah, so could have here ini files in this patch. Yeah. And then it just makes the required changes to the ini files to facilitate the desired design of the committee, right? So we have like this one product with a very clean history and good write-ups of the best setups for the original game and whatever is a desire to be in there. And then from this reference patch, we could then feed into the existing patch or into like a remake of this, let's say here, or remake, right? Which then would which would then take all these reference changes, which are supposed to be the gold standard of great designs, yeah, and then on here we can then put all the bug fixes on top, like all the everything that is not gameplay specific, but like anything that is like cosmetics, right? So there are also logic bugs which are cosmetic, like for example a sort of setups like for particles, for example, in the ini files, or yeah, with the control bar, a lot of stuff, and with the models, there's also a lot of junk. Like there's a lot of like bugs that are unpleasing to look at, or audio bugs as well, yeah, which can all be tackled in here, but they are no direct concern here for the design, right? Because they are just like bugs, things that need to be fixed, right? So they won't be part of a reference patch because they're not relevant. They're not controversial of nature. They're just things that need to be fixed. And so this is a perfect place for this patch that we are building here at Super Hackers. But there are no concern here for the committee or for the reference patch per se. Now, this doesn't mean that this can't contain these things. It could, but it's entirely optional, because this one would be mostly concerned about, yeah, all the gameplay related things. Like think of how a unit shoots, and what its fire rate is, and its damage, and its armor, and yeah, any bugs that affect how strong, how good, how effective, how a unit plays. Does it delay my commands, or yeah, can I put the bomb on this building, or does it give me the correct money here when I do this, or can I use this unit on that thing, or something like this, right? So all the things that affect gameplay and balance in some ways are here, and everything that is like audio bug, I can't hear this thing, or yeah, this unit looks weird, this model, it's glitching when it's doing that, and things like this, all this is here, which is a majority of things. Like most bugs are not controversial, and everything else here, and this is obviously the controversial things, they're always hard to sell to users. If you just fix like audio and cosmetics, no one is concerned. Everyone is happy about it, or doesn't care about it, yeah. But this one is a danger zone, yeah. So let's put some exclamation mark here, danger, yeah. There's a danger zone. So maybe we need to have like different stages. So the committee makes design proposals and decisions, and then we have a reference patch, which I don't know where it would live. Maybe it lives directly here at the committee, and Stobiax and myself and some others, they just set up the changes for them once the designs are ready for it, make like some nice write-ups as to what the rationale is for this change, similar to what we actually already did here in the patch. So if we go to pull requests, yeah, and we search for label, oh boy, label controversial, yeah. Then we see here we have a bunch of closed changes and open changes. And so, for example, let's take a look at some change, like, I don't know, decrease build time of GLA demo, toxin demo trap from 16 to 8 seconds. Yeah. And then there's like a write-up as to, okay, what is the setup of all the demo traps? And then there's like a link to a bug report, or yeah. So the observation was demo trap is not practical in a regular match. Yeah. So because of reasons, what were the reasons? Exile did right here. It costs 600. It builds very slow, very low damage. So it's much weaker than the demo traps from the other generals. It has some poor contamination, maybe. It maybe does very little puddle damage. And then there are a bunch of proposals here. Yeah, and then someone decided, so the committee decided what proposal is good or bad. Yeah, and then there will be like a rationale, and then the committee will say, yeah, this is a reason why we changed this, because blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then so this could be part of this reference patch, where you have like all these detailed write-ups, and then once it trickles down into patch, we just take whatever's in here, right? Like we don't question what is in the reference patch, we take it, and then we put all the other stuff that we want on top of it, right? So all the cosmetics and so on. Yeah. Now this doesn't mean that we can't have different tiers on top of this. This is what I was touching on with the previous idea of like having like separating these concerns of like, okay, what is actually in a patch, right? So bug fixes or balance changes or so on. There could be a world where we say, okay, we have this patch, and the reference patch is just one layer of it, right? It's like the base layer. But then you could say, okay, on top of this base layer, we also put like a variation for free-for-alls, yeah, which does a few additional tweaks because FFA community really wants it. Legionnaire really wants it for his live streams. And so we put that on there, and it's just part of the package. It's optional. User can use it if he likes. But the main patch would be this plus whatever we put on top in terms of cosmetics and bugs. Yeah. So that is my rough idea for this. But obviously, like, we would need to see it in action, and it's not yet clear to me if this would be the right path, but it is a possibility. Now, what I will say is that it will be quite a pain to rebuild this thing, the patch, like if we actually want to rebuild it. So because there are so many commits already. Now there are ways in Git to like take a commit and then reapply it to a new code base, right? So that is possible. But it could be complicated, for example, if like the reference patch builds on top of ini files that have been formatted, then this would be very difficult to do eventually, right? Because then you have a lot of merge conflicts suddenly. Well, maybe not. You can ignore white space on merging, so maybe it's okay. But yeah, it could be a pain, but maybe it could also be good because there is already so much stuff here in this patch that it is a bit chaotic. But I would say that the changelogs that we have, they accurately reflect the state of the repository. Plus, we have very pedantic documentation in the ini files themselves as well, and in the localization file. So like everything we touched, we actually put comments as to from what we tweaked it to. Yeah. So like there's a track record, not just in the commit history, but in the actual files, which for me personally was very useful. It is hard to maintain because you need to always put this extra effort, but it is useful because then you look at this and you don't need to look at some other prior revision to see what it was, but you can directly see in the ini file what the state actually was originally by EA. And then you have a better reference as to, okay, we did change it here, but now I discover this problem here on the other side, which now bites a bit with the changes I made over there. Maybe we need to reconsider whatever we tweaked there before, because of this new consideration. So for example, recently Goldfish discovered that the nuclear missile doesn't deal damage to buildings unless the center of the building is within the blast radius, which is unexpected. Like, you would expect that the blast radius just needs to touch some geometry of a building to apply the damage. But this bug makes it already much weaker than other weapons, which do actually have proper collision testing, right, on the damage. And so we made changes in the patch which cater to this by increasing the damage radius of the nuclear missile, to make its reach wider and to make it better. But now with this bug present, you need to reconsider this, because when you fix this bug, then you need to go back to the patch, to data and ini files, and retweak it again, right? Because now then it could be too strong, with increased range and the code fix on top of it, right? And then the documentation becomes useful, because then you can directly see, okay, we touched this here and there. So I think this will be a pain here, but this won't be a pain if we just start fresh here with like this reference patch, which I think would be the right thing to do, because my expectation is that the committee here will decide on things which will probably be different to what the patch did in terms of controversial changes, right? So I would suspect that some of them will be like one-to-one the same as the reference patch, but there's probably a lot here that either will be omitted from the reference patch or will be done in different ways or with different configurations, right? So the controversial state of this I expect to be different in here, because there are so many different ways that you can set the game up, right? It's not black and white how you do this. And like, the more you dig into the things, as I said before, like, the more you discover and the more alternative designs you discover and paths to take. So it's really hard to say like what is actually the best state for the game to be in. Okay. Maybe we can also hear other thoughts on this. This is all I can say about this right now. I talked for 1 hour. I hope you have like a good overview over the status quo and what I think could work, and that's all I can say. Okay, so does anyone else want to chime in and say anything?
I guess, how are we going to consider the stages of the issues? I suppose with the committee, you have to first decide whether it's an issue, and then it would have to go down to the technical aspects of that issue, whether it's actually data or code, and it needs further investigation at that point. And then I suppose it needs to be split into whether it is in the patch or in the code of that to determine the course of work going forward.
Yeah. So right now, to me, it looks like the committee is mainly feeding off of the work from the super hackers, like all the research we did prior, right? So in terms of bugs, right? So it's not really clear to me that like there's no strong processes yet that define how things were. I can't answer this really. My expectation is that people discover problems Yeah, so like Goldfish or we or players, right? They discover problems, and then some of them will be controversial because of the gameplay implications, and then there will be the committee that will need to decide how to deal with it. Yeah, so we need to say, okay, we have this bug or this design problem. Do we want to change it? In what ways? And then once there is a decision, then it can be implemented in the reference patch. And then once it's in the reference patch, then this will give us clarity as to like how we implement this, or it will already be a final implementation, right, in the reference patch, at least for data, right? So for code, I expect it will still go through game code, but code is not meant to code side is not meant to drive the design, right? So in code, like if we have something very controversial in code, we can put it behind this retail compatible behavior, or preserve retail behavior, or make it any configurable, like that you can opt in to the better behavior with the ini file change. Yeah, and then the reference patch can then enable this. Like we have done, for example, the same with the horde bonus, right? So the horde bonus in the original game code was bugged in the way that it applies to the nationalism and fanaticism applies to all China units, regardless of the horde status, right? And so what you can do is, and what we did, we made this ini configurable that you can actually opt in the fix in the ini file. So then the reference patch can then go ahead and set the horde bonus to apply nationalism and fanaticism on hoarding, yeah, and then that would be good to go. And so the code just enables the stuff. Now everything that is not controversial, we don't worry. We just go ahead and fix it anyway in both data and code. So this is only a concern for controversial changes where community people will jump the fences when you consider changing something. Yeah, and that's what this committee is supposed to govern and to decide, to take the pressure off of us to make these decisions and to be accountable for design decisions. Right. So us developers, we will be very flexible and very open as to what the community and what committee and so what they want. Yeah, we don't want to push the things into a direction. Yeah, into agenda. Only technically we push it into directions, but gameplay wise, we don't care. We don't mind. Like whatever the player likes best, that would be our credo. No?
I think one of the earliest decisions that we will have to make if we're going to remake the repository or that we continue with the current repository. I was looking, there are 1,700 commits, which we have to go all through them to ensure that there are no like balance changes still within these 1,700 commits. I have no feeling at the moment what's the most work, rebuilding or reviewing all these commits. Maybe you have a better view on that?
Oh yeah, there are definitely controversial changes in this repository. A lot of them. I think 130 or so. Yeah.
So we would have to revert all of those.
Well, it depends on what the committee decides. So, as I said, I expect that the committee will, some of the fixes and changes will take 1-to-1, maybe, and others in some modified form, and others it will likely reject and not want to pursue. And then whatever else it will put on top. So I expect that there will be a mismatch between the status quo and what should be in there.
So a step would at least be to identify the controversial commits that have already been merged, and then create an issue out of it, so that the community can decide whether the merge stays or that it needs to be reverted. Am I correct?
The identification step is not necessary because everything is properly documented. So if we go to patch and we go to here, controversial changes sorted by faction, we click on that. And so here it lists all controversial changes. There we go. This is a 100% accurate reflection of all the changes that affect gameplay in some way. Bug fixes and design changes. So bug fixes refer to everything that is like not working as it was intended, but affects gameplay. And design changes is like option changes that we did in an attempt to make something more meaningful, like bring something to like more acceptable levels that you would have expected the game to work. Like, I don't know, for example, the China nuke missile not being able to kill GLA buildings, like things like this, right? This is a design change. It's not a bug fix, right? So, or I mean, you can just read through these. Like a lot of these are design changes. Like some of them are bugs. Like for example, this one, fixed delayed suicide of GLA Demo Technica of up to 0.075 seconds, right? So this means you wanted to suicide the Demo Technica, and because of a bug, it takes up to this much seconds to actually detonate. This is a bug. It's not a design. So it's just a matter of fixing it or not fixing it, right? Or this one, a GLA car bomb unable to attack a target, is also a bug, right? Yeah. So yeah. So as I say, some of these will be like we will take as is, right? If the committee is happy with these, and others, yeah, would have need to be reverted. But then, so like the major pain points is that the development at the beginning has been kinda chaotic. I mean, there are good things and bad things. Chaos, a lot of things that don't really belong to this repository are in the repository. But yeah, rebuilding it, it will be a pain. Yeah.
So, considering the committee and what their oversight is, does it just end at essentially retail game behavior and gameplay elements? So, say if we were to start adding new functionality which mods could use, or say functionality in Go, do the committee get involved at that point?
No, absolutely not. No. The game design committee is only for gameplay relevant changes. Anything of controversial nature, anything that is driven by tech, yeah. So like us supporting mods or building a new renderer or new online functionality, better networking and better pathfinding functionality. It's all up to the developers. What we only need to abide to from players and from committee is when it comes to the gameplay changes. So gameplay is like the faction design, like how strong are units and how do units behave, right? So anything of controversial nature where you make a change and it changes the way that the game plays, then this needs to be this needs additional consideration and governing. Yeah. So we cannot, for example, just say, okay, now you can only rotate buildings in 45-degree steps. You can't freely rotate them anymore. Like we cannot just do that because it's like a very controversial change, and for no reason. Yeah. So things like this.
Yeah, or something like we decide to lock buildings to the pathfinding grid.
Yeah, if you do this, then you can expect your head be rolling.
But if we added an option to allow people to do it if they wanted to, it's different.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, if we make it configurable, then it's perfectly fine. Yeah.
But what about things like the alternate mouse setup in generals, right? If we mess with that, it's kind of controversial, isn't it? Because people might have, yeah, old-fashioned generals players might want to use the broken alternate mouse setup. So I don't know how to deal with such cases.
Yeah, I think we need to be considerate about the existing functionality and not take things away. So if there is this alternate mouse setup and players used it and we would remove it, then this would cause upset with some players.
No, I don't mean remove it, but it's different in generals than it is from 0 hour.
Okay.
In 0 hour, if you left click with alternate mouse setup, you deselect units. But if you have alternate mouse setup in vanilla generals, there's no way to deselect anything. It's actually impossible to deselect units.
Yeah. Okay, but if it's a bug that wants to be fixed in generals, then it would be good to get the same behavior as for 0 hour. If it's an objective improvement, if it is like a deviation in behavior on the user input part, then like on our unification, when we merge the code, we will see this, and then like if we just do a pure merge, then we will preserve the general specific design, yeah, and if we then say, okay, we want to streamline these designs, then we need to be very considerate about this. But this like is a step beyond merging the code bases.
The other thing I kind of wonder is, will there be like a unified code and data release coming from the super hackers, or will it just be two separate things?
Yeah, so the patch is meant to bundle with data, with code, sorry. So it's not like that we just release like a code build and then a patch build for retail executable. Like code and patch are supposed to bundle together. And code will enable the patch to have all the functionality that it needs to properly set up all the things that it wants. Yeah, but our code will still be project agnostic. So we don't cater our code specifically to just this one patch. Yeah, so we still are considerate that it still works with retail setup and also with mods. Yeah, because for most of the things in there, we can easily make changes and still preserve legacy data. Yeah? And if there is a case where like some breakage would be easy to do, like what you said with this button naming change, then we need to evaluate the best steps to make it happen and not break things. Yeah. So far, I think we had been pretty diligent about this, and the code should still work fine with the original game data, and I don't see a reason that we need to break it. If we want to add new functionality, like for example, let's say we want to add compressed big files. Yeah. Big files can be compressed and all the contents are compressed and it can read the compressed data. Yeah. Then we just have both. We have reading uncompressed big files and reading compressed big files. We won't just remove uncompressed big files just because we now have compressed ones. Right? Things like this. We just retain the original functionality, but we built the new stuff on top. Yeah.
How do you see the weekly releases looking like then? Do we then bundle the data with the weekly release, or that's, I guess, also a thing?
No, I expect that the code weekly releases, they would just contain code that will just remain the way it is. And so the patch would need to bundle code.
Okay.
Yeah. So the patch feeds off of code, but code does not feed, does not contain data. Yeah. Because it doesn't need
And
it.
do we want to go through the patch? Do we want to? I guess we kind of need to think about how we split the existing stuff in the patch into a first release, right? Because we cannot just take everything that's there right now, or
Yeah, it's a very heavy work in progress. Same as the code, essentially.
Why must why must the patch be bundled with the game client? Like, for example, if someone releases an add-on, it's not like they also releases the game client with it. It can be separate, so you can, like, a patch can be applied for a certain game client versions, and one patch is like a simple one version applying to like 10 game client versions.
Well,
So can it not be separate?
no, I don't think so. Going forward, especially when we start breaking retail compatibility, and it goes more and more functionality that caters to gameplay specific things, and there will be more and more deviation as to what the code can do, and the retail executable won't be able to facilitate whatever we need in our patch. So I don't think that's a sustainable way. I think data should build on top of code, but code should should be project agnostic. But we can certainly have aspects of the patch be like, for example, we can build changes to art, like models and textures. Like, these things can be done in ways that they would still be able to interface with legacy ini files, right? So you can do it, yeah, but I don't think it's a must-have. If we feel strongly about it that our patch must interface with retail executable or with General's online executables or with any other executable, then I think there needs to be like a strong case made for this. I don't see the use for it, because we would like to, I think the goal is just user facing, to have like one product, which is a community patch, and it just works. Like, you don't go ahead and try to combine it with different executables, or you try to like swap things out of it and modify it in ways. Like, it's just one product, right? So, and if someone else wanted to make a different product, then he would just create a fork of the code and or the patch, and then they make modifications to their desire and build like a mod out of it, right?
So I was talking mainly like regarding the releases. So for example, if General Online releases their game client and then they have a patch, so they have one release, but then the content is the game client has a dependency on a game patch with a specific version number. But then if someone wants to swap out the patch because they have their own different game, like for that game client, then they can also swap those two. But if it's bundled together, then it's more like it's a bit more difficult to swap them out. Also, like I was also for releases. Currently, how General Online does it, they have their own release and they have the map packs and their game client. And under the hood, GenHub already downloads that single release. It creates separate packages and then links them for that game profile. And I was talking mainly regarding this, how if the game patch has its own patch content release and the Super Hackers has its game client release, and as long as the game client has a version dependency on the patch release, you can always link them up and combine them. And GenHub can also automatically resolve the dependency based on which version you downloaded. So this is also regarding like the user interfacing, how the user sees them. They just download it, and then if they want to swap out between different patches, then they have to look at what's the contents dependency conflicts or resolutions needed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I maybe it would be good if you can make a presentation about GenHub and show things. I'm lacking context right now. So in terms of community patch, I expect that we'll have one product that and it's not Super Hackers that is meant to publish this. It's Community Outpost that is meant to be publisher, or someone else if Community Outpost cannot publish it. But like your community outpost is building GenHub, you are building GenHub, and so you're actively working towards publishing. So I expect that community outpost will then publish the community patch, and the super hackers will just build towards it and provide the tech for it. And then so once you have it, we have like a product, then it can be published, and then it becomes one unit. And so if we author then a new version of it, it becomes also again one unit. It's not like that that you go ahead and you decouple data from codes and then you swap these with each other. Like it's not like you take data and then you run it with a code from 5 months ago, right? These are supposed to be one unit, one combined product that just happened to be built from 2 separate projects. So code and data are meant to be separate project-wise, but they will combine into one product on the patch side. Yeah.
Because we have like 3 different publishers at this point, right? The Generals Online, who has the game clients, the committee, who's gonna do the patch and game code, and then the community outpost. We also have Super Hackers, actually, which only does community game client, and then we also have community patch. Then like the game client, the committee is gonna decide on, we're gonna make these patches for these changes, and there's gonna be code changes as well. And all the other publishers will then have to take over that client and then make their own changes on top of that, and then release their own code change. But does the code change also include the patch with it, or does it only include like the game client that they publish?
No, there's separation of concerns here. So right now, the only publisher is Generals Online, right? They build on top of the code from Super Hackers their own code and their own server, and they host the server and they publish the game client. So right now, they're only the publisher of all the things. Yeah, there is no publishing for data right now. Well, I think for the maps, maybe, as you mentioned, yeah, for some maps for the quick matching, yeah. The game design committee is not meant to publish anything. It's just making decisions on what the design should look like. It will not build a fully fledged product and put it somewhere that the players then pick up and install. It's not their job. Right now, Super Hackers also doesn't push any content. Like we do have these weekly releases, but they are for development purposes. Right? It's not like a product that we push to the user in some way. Where I think Legionnaire put it onto his website, but I think that's also just a side hustle, right? So, like the only publisher right now, the only real publisher is Generals Online, because that is the way it's meant to be published, like with actual. The way they do it is like a proper publishing, the way I would expect it to work. And so in the future, I don't know if you have seen the video, the chat I had with X64 about this. The plan for publishing is Generals on. So the idea is that the product will be decoupled from Generals Online. Right now, the status quo is that the game client is very strongly tied to the server. Like it's one product. Generals Online and the client and the server are one product, the way it's user facing right now. The idea is to decouple these concerns so that the client is one product and Generals Online, the server, is another product, because the client is not meant to be the same as the server. Like the game client should also be able to connect to another server, or to connect on Game Ranger in a network lobby, or use Redman in a network lobby, or just use a local area network, right? Or some other new server. Yeah, like CNC Online, right? Evora comes back with a new amazing server, and then the client should just be able to interface with that as well, if there was a desire, right? So 2 separate products. We have an online server, and then we have the game client. Generals Online does not have the aspiration to be a publisher of the game client forever. Yeah. So the intention there is to have a proper Generals Online API, which is like a module, like a DLL, and then Super Hackers will natively support this. The code side will support this, And then any project that builds on top of Super Hackers will be able to connect an interface with General's online services. Yeah. So if you have a Shockwave mod that is building on top of the Super Hackers code, then they will also get the General's online stuff, and they can also build their own code and connect to General's online with that. Yeah, that's the idea. And then then the patch side, that builds on top of that as well. So the patch builds on top of the code, and then we'll also be able to connect to General's online or do the network match, right? So product, ideally we will have one product, right, that all the players will use, that all the players that move away from the retail game, which hopefully they do over time, because retail game is in pretty sad state, right? But then of course there is always the question, people like different flavors of things, right? And that's why I think, like, from Super Hacker's side, what we build needs to be it doesn't need to push the game into a specific niche direction, but it needs to be very broad and supportive of all sorts of player desires. Yeah. And this is what we have been building towards with the code, not specifically with the data yet, but once we get clarity with the committee, and once we have more functionality in code to facilitate different tiers of gameplay setups, then I think that this could be it could become like a good foundation for the general multiplayer population. Yeah.
But yeah, for GenHub, it shouldn't matter then as much, because as long as the game patch then has separate content, like the game client and the patch, we can under the hood then link them together so that the user doesn't have to. That's all abstracted away for the user. But it becomes easier for like managing via GenHub then, because then everything is packaged via the manifests, and then we have them typed to each type of content, and then we can do different operations based on that. Like for game client, you can only have one of them. You can have multiple patches depending on how we then resolve those. I also don't mind just giving us quick presentation as well. I was busy like the past week going over creating a script or like a demo, recording all the features, and basically going over them. Let me just share my screen so we can show quick presentation as well. Share screen. Okay. So like this is GenHub online, the GenHub launcher. This is our logo. Simple three factions. You have the China logo in the middle, the USA, and the GLA dash, and then the classic font from General's Hub, the GenHub logo. We can get some feedback on this, but just to the point I want to bring up. This is our launcher and installer. When you download via the website, it's not yet, but once we merge, it'll be up. You just double click, and I have it installed, but it will just directly install once you have it. By double clicking, and yeah, you'll just basically see this window. Once you click, and it automatically install. What's useful is because it's a simple installer, you can also uninstall it simply. Like if you search GenHub, you can delete and uninstall it. Oh shit. Game just launched, which is on the other screen, so unfortunately I can't move it. But the first thing you'll see when you launch it is you'll get like this pop-up there. It's gonna start getting started. Can I change my screen? Let me just first change the screen, because it's a pop-up, so it's more useful if you see the entire thing. Change screen. Okay, that's great. So like this is the first thing users will see when they launch for first time. It's a quick start guide, so they know what they're doing. So if you hit this, don't show again, it won't show. GenHub like has these tabs, so you can browse all the content, all the things we offer. Created this simple quick start guide so that people aren't confused all the time what they have to do and don't mess up the steps. Let me go to the other screen, higher quality. Here. Okay, so this is like the quick start guide. I'll quickly go over them as well. What's GenHub? GenHub is our unified launcher. We have game profiles, which is our sandboxed environments for everything. So what happens is each game profile gets its own workspace by Symlink or by copying, depending on the strategy. But Symlink is more efficient, so each game profile has its workspace, and because they're separated, it builds every file from scratch depending on the content. That's like simple introduction. So this quick start guide, getting started. What we have to do first is scan for games because GenHub has to first detect your installation. We can do this by going to the game profiles. We have a simple scan button here. It also disappears if you just don't hover over it. It'll scan your game, try to find the installations where Steam or EA app has been located. Once it finds it, it's going to start recommending some additional content. Once it's done finding. So currently we have 3 game clients. The way it's currently set up in GenHub is that they're also official publishers. Because I wanted to have their content be displayed in a way, but also not make it in a janky way, saying it is temporary, make it more integrated. So this is how they will present their content, basically, their most recent release. You have the Super Hackers Weekly, you have the General's Online Game Client, and the Community Patch. These are all from the respective endpoints where they release. Once you select them, GenHub will start downloading them. This is a game profile, it's a card here. It's also creating a profile. It's going to download all the content, create a profile, link all the game installation and game clients, and you have these profiles. So you can download them, all of them. For Super Hackers, it has 2 variants, so like the Generals and 0 Hour. Community Patch only has 0 Hour game client, and Generals Online only has 60 Hz. They had the 30 Hz, but they recently deprecated that, so I had to remove it as well. Yeah, now it's done downloading all of them. So these are the cards. What are the cards? Well, we have a couple options. Steam integration, which is kind of a useful one. I've noticed that on General's Online you don't have Steam, so we made it work. We have our GenHub proxy launch, so if I just launch this one, it's going to start launching Steam. So it's going to take a while, but it will launch through Steam, so this way, it's launching Steam now. So this way, then you will have time tracking, and your friends will be able to see you playing 0 Hour as well. So that's one of the quality of life features we added. Another thing is you can add desktop shortcuts here. Where's the shortcut here? So if you click this from your desktop, it'll open GenHub and then launch this profile. So it's launched. We have some other things. Copy the profile. You can delete the profile. If you want to delete multiple, you can do that. Still it's launch. Man, my PC is slow. Okay, so on these game profiles, you can edit the profile, which is kind of the bread and butter here, like the most setting up your content, your own workspace. It follows the same. What launch failed? Oh, wait, no. It didn't launch yet Steam, that's why it failed. Damn. Timeout period just reached, that's why. Oh, never mind, the game's launching. So I will have to increase the timeout period because it's like a 60-second timeout where it waits for Steam to launch, and if it doesn't, it assumes the game didn't launch. Give it the game launch on the other screen.
I guess Steam had an update, so it takes longer to launch.
Yeah. Okay, just close it. I can just launch via Steam again, so you can see. I think. Library. I think it's gonna say it's running and it's launching. Okay, now close it. Oh, is it on Windows? Yeah, it's on Windows. Okay, you can edit the profile here. We have this tabbed profile again. Tabbed thing. We go the profile content here at the top. You can also move this if you want full screen. The content. This is where you manage your enabled or available content. Can be maps, game client patches. Like here as well. Wait. I think I had a demo here which showed this. Game content. Yeah, here. So like you have these different kind of content. So if you have patches, you can enable the 0 Hour patch. You can have game client. You can have this. Then you have these content, and then there's one game profile basically. So if you have this, create this game profile. You have the profile settings. If you want to change some basic metadata, the icons, the profile color, cover, you can enable arguments, some strategies if you want to change them. Just to keep hard links the most efficient colors if you want to distinguish the word however it looks. The game settings is also important. So each game setting is applied per profile. So if you have two different profiles with like one of them is a window and the other one is not, or you have like different window resolutions, you can have them different as well. One issue is that so if you, which we already know, is that if you make it change in game, so if you enable like your sound settings, it's not going to persist because it's linked to the game profile. So you could still do that so that if the game closes, it will reach your last setting and apply that to the game profile. But at the moment, it doesn't. So you have to make your settings via the game profiles for now. Okay, what was the next step? I think we had the download next. Yeah, scan for games. So basically, that's all you have to do. Like scan for games, one button, and then you can play. Like that was the only step that most people have to do, and I tried to make it as simple as possible. Because Old Analytics mentioned like how most people are brain dead. If they saw more than one button, they're gonna think, "Oh no, I can't do this." So I just made it very simple. They just have to go to here and then read step 1, scan for games, and hopefully to find this button.
Yeah, but
If they
it's
don't,
going to go wrong at step 1 already because it involves the word read.
yeah, I should have included them maybe in this quick start guide. Scan for games before you play. Yeah. Essential downloads. Yeah. So next up we have the download section here. This is downloads. This is temporary UI. It has these cards, and then each publisher has their content. The Generals Online profile, it's this here. It's already downloaded, but once you download it, you can select here and directly add it to a new profile. What's useful is that if you create a new profile, it's going to create one, and it's going to resolve every dependency. So like the Generals Online here, it's a game client, and it has like a quick match. So if I disable this, you will see. Look, it's resolved. I have to fix this UI as well, but it resolved the maps because you cannot play Generals Online without having maps, and it enables it automatically. Because that way, then you will have the quick match feature, or else you can't play quick match. One thing I did forget on this screen is this button, the add local, which is called kind of also useful. Going to be useful for many people actually. Let me go to my documents so I can showcase the most useful feature of this. Okay, so I have maps here. Let's say I want to add my own content. I want to add my own maps. I say map pack here. Yeah, map pack. And then I go, let's so co-op missions. And I add this co-op mission and I name this co-op map pack. This way you can now add your own map packs. This way, whenever you launch, you don't even need this. You can delete these two, and if you delete this and then wait, it's generals. I've 0 maps. Let me redo that. Open this. Wait, where's the window? I lost it. There. Okay, let's do this ones. 1v1 maps. And if you add this and you launch the game, and you delete these. Oh, was there? Oops. Okay. And then save the profile. Save profile. And then what is this one? I think it was this one. And then if you launch, it's gonna appear. Now we have these profiles, so you can have different map packs. So you can have one profile for like co-op maps. You can have one for just AOD maps. Because you know how it goes when you go into a game, you have like 1,000 maps scrolling through them. It's annoying. So you have your own content. It's not just maps, so you can also have game clients. So if you have your different testing builds, you can run those. You can run modding tools. So I didn't mention these yet, but if you have a standalone like the World Builder, or I think I'll try this. I can try it out, but once you have World Builder, you can just add this, and then you can run that as well. If you want to play a different game like Red Alert, technically, we can also make GenHub AB a universal launcher for all Command & Conquer, because our game installations can technically apply for other games, and because we are manifest packaging everything, we can bundle them together. So technically, we can launch everything like Steam. We can become a Steam launcher. That's how this is how you can basically add your own content.
I'm guessing the UI is still a work in progress because all the buttons look like they're different.
Yeah, kind of.
Because the save button is like a rounded thing, and then the other ones are rounded differently, and then the close button is like a circle. I mean, it's...
Oh yeah, we didn't go through QA yet. So downloads. I mentioned, so if you download a version, if you download the content, you can simply add the profile as I mentioned. The Super Hackers here has two versions, like Generals and 0 Hour. We call them variants because it's one release, has multiple content items, so content manifests. Yeah, it's the manifest basically. And then this is Generals and 0 Hour. We can create a new profile, or if you add it to like this one, it's going to replace the content. And then if you see Generals Online 60 Hertz, it definitely does Super Hackers, yeah, because it's replaced that. You have one game client, because if you run more than one game client, what are you going to launch? So I had to make it so that a profile is only a single game client only. That's how we launched Super Hackers. The community patch, the control bar, you can get control bar. You have the gen tool, that's your unique gen tool actually. You have the hotkeys. This one takes a while to download because how Legion or like Gempatcher has it has the raw files. It has to download them, it has to extract the raw files, convert them to AVIF, DGA, do other like packing the big files as well because I had a final big packer. That's why this one takes a while. I was creating the control bar. Once it's on, hopefully.
The publishing, I think like the product publishing is not yet a main concern of us. I think what we have currently, what I spoke with X64 about is that the game design committee has a desire that the intermediate reference project that this is being published on together with Generals Online, so that there will be feedback on this and that players can actually play this. So intermediately, this will be like the way that things maybe will be dispatched once there's like a reference patch. I also spoke with X64 about like when is actually a time to like consider swapping the Generals Online client for a new one, and that will require, and I think he's right about this, that actually the Super Hackers client also has the 60 Hertz fully running, and everything works there, which is currently not the case because that has not been our focus, and we're still decoupling other rendering related things first. So the whole publishing side, I think that's not the main concern right now, at least not from my perspective. So I also would like to hear thoughts from Stubiax about it, because he did mention that he has opinions about the patch, like the project, the setup. So maybe that would be...
Sure.
Yeah.
I think there's probably going to be a lot of work either way, regardless of what we do, to audit the patch project, because it's got, as you showed before, several thousand commits or whatever. And unfortunately, as we didn't have a lot of the processes locked down, not early on nor some points for the whole project, a lot of merges happened without the proper review processes going through. So I think it was around 53% of pull requests have been merged without approval. So obviously all of those would probably have to be double checked anyway, in addition to just all the controversial changes. And so I think going through everything and auditing, cherry picking, reverting, whatever, would be a lot of work, and a similar level of work to simply just starting with a clean slate, and that way everyone's sort of a lot more on board with the changes that are already there, and not sort of just accepting a whole bunch of changes that at least in terms of the current design committee they're unaware of. And plus, if we start again, we'll have a good opportunity to do things a lot more smoothly and cleanly as well. There are some fundamental changes that I think would be beneficial if we were to apply them from scratch. For example, the INI files for each faction are kind of inconsistent and in a bit of a mess. So, for example, you have like Air Force General.ini, Chemical General.ini, etc., except when it comes to the vanilla units, which are then split into like America Air, and then America Vehicle, America Infantry, etc. Similarly for the other vanilla China and GLA units. And then, even worse, all the faction buildings for the vanilla units, for the vanilla factions, are in faction building.ini. So it's sort of all over the place, and I think if we were to start from scratch, we'd be able to address that and properly separate everything out into a nice structure, and even potentially look at using just the directory structure for the different, and splitting out different units or objects into their own file. So you could, for example, have kingraptor.ini and like an ini file for everything, and that would streamline development. It would allow easily reviewed differences per file. So you could just do a git history command on a single, like if you wanted to see what all the changes to the kingraptor were, you could just do a git history command on the kingraptor ini file, for example, rather than having to sift through all these different changes. Just if it was Air Force General.ini. There's also the with that modularity, you can also just have a smaller size as well. So for example, if we wanted to just push a patch that we broke something with the kingraptor, you'd only push kingraptor.ini and not the whole Air Force General. Plus, just Git diffing files in Git would be easier. There'd be reduced conflict potential, and it's more scalable. If someone wanted to just, for example, copy vanilla USA and make a new army out of it, they could just copy the one directory rather than having to pull different changes from different files. So I think right now, with the formation of the design committee and its sort of different, though converging goals with the patch project, and considering the amount of work it would be to audit anyway, I think there are some good opportunities if we were to start from scratch to just do things right in the first place, at least doing follow a more considered approach that would have a lot more benefit going forward into the future and would resolve a lot of those issues. So yeah, that's my suggestion. I think it's worth considering starting again. Obviously, there'll be some issues with, trying to, if we were to say, change the fundamental structure of the ini layout, it would be very difficult to cherry pick particular changes, especially because, they're all in different files now. But in addition, I think it would be good because you'd have an initial commit, for example, to just split everything into their own files, and then you could sanitize all the data. You could clean out all the white space. You could fix all the inconsistencies, like the different padding between the equal signs or the inconsistent decimals or whatever other formatting issues, and then you'd have like a purely clean slate from which any change from there on could be diffed. Whereas currently, if you tried to diff some of the files between the earlier points in the patch repository, it's a bit difficult because there were mass refactors like clearing white space that weren't done at the start, and other things like that. So there could be a number of benefits to starting again. I think that's worth considering if we were to go down that path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable suggestion. Personally, I don't feel super strongly about it because I never had issues with navigating the original setup as is, because I just use like search and I find all the references, and it doesn't really matter where they were. But I can see that having better structure would be great. Yeah, I think the Shockwave mod also has it restructured. Maybe there can be some.
It does.
It does. Yeah. Yeah. And as you said, it would have to be like the first step to have like the clean base, and also sanitize the formatting and then put all the changes on top. I mean, the same would be true for code, right? In code, we also didn't do a sanitize step at the beginning. We just went ahead and built on top, and we do merging after fixing, right? So it's just but I mean, it's natural that things transform in big ways over the lifetime of a project. Like it's very rarely that after a couple of years that the thing still looks the exact same as it did originally when you transform and refactor again and again. It's just the nature of text-based projects. So I'm not so concerned about it, but yeah, if we would like to do it, then we can certainly do that. There are certainly benefits, and especially the ini files are quite chaotic. Yeah, at places. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do it if that's what we decided to go with, because it is a bit of kind of monkey work essentially. But I have written a whole bunch of tools several years ago to already do it, so it wouldn't be too difficult.
Mm. Yeah, we did the same thing for the language files. There was like a initial commit with all of them merged together, and then some sanitization before we actually went ahead and fixed languages. So yeah, it makes sense. Historically we didn't do it for the ini files because we just went ahead and we didn't think big. Like it was a small start, and we thought, okay, let's do some small changes here and there. And there was no grand vision. Yeah.
I guess one of the risks with like restructuring the files is we have to make sure that it's still like loaded in the correct order, that the game doesn't throw a fit over that. So that would take some attention.
I think the game already supports it though, because mods do it, like Shockwave, for example. So
yeah, but they're not looking to maintain retail compatibility.
Okay, but this should be easy to test by just running it against the replay simulation, right?
Yeah, but the replay simulation is in the code repo, right? So we need to reproduce that in the patch repo as well.
Yeah, you can just run the patch against the code.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could just run a tool right now to reorganize the ini files and run it against the code repository, and then we'll be able to see.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts about this reference project that is separate from our main patch?
Yeah, I think, well, that's pretty much starting a new repository with a clean slate anyway, right? And ideally there's a bunch of fixes that we can take from the patch project and apply them on top. And potentially it would even just become the new patch, because ideally a lot more of the changes will be properly scrutinized and tested. And yeah, I think it would be a lot of a much cleaner process, at least compared to the initial process of the patch project.
Yeah. So basically my proposal would not even just like consider one new project, but two new projects. So that there's one new project is just a concern for the committee's work. And then there is this other new project, which is a complete patch where all the things come together, all the cosmetics and as well, right? Because the committee doesn't care about like all the cosmetics and small bugs, and if something doesn't look right, it doesn't matter for the game design.
That's true, but do we not want to potentially include some of that stuff anyway? Because ideally we want this first patch to be widely received with praise, and if we can include a lot of the fixes to the non-specific gameplay or stuff that doesn't touch gameplay, like all the jank and whatnot, I think that would just make it better essentially.
Yeah, but it's a separation of concern. Like it doesn't care about these things. Like the gameplay design, it doesn't care if the Humvee looks this way or the Helix looks this way or so, right? It only concerns like how the game actually plays. And so I feel like if we start to add things that go beyond this, then it steers away from its core intent and it becomes too much on its own. Like I would imagine that the reference project is like it just shows like what from the game design committee, the design directions, the suggested design directions, what should be in there, and have like a really clear view on this, so that any projects that derive from it, which includes the super hackers and the community patch, that they have a clear view on what is in there. Yeah, and so we have two patches, like the reference patch and the real patch, and then we move once in the reference patch, once those things are in there, then these things go into our main patch. Yeah, and the reference patch, intermediately it can be pushed on Generals Online and players can play it, and it's for playtesting, and and it doesn't need to adhere to like a specific format. Like it could just lazily do the edits in the ini files as we did it previously, or we can do it the more organized approach that you had suggested. Like it's not bound to like a great organization. It just needs just the commits themselves and the pull requests. They need like a nice write-up and rationales and explanation why they are there. But beyond that, it doesn't care. It doesn't care whether it's greatly set up like code-wise, right?
I feel like maintaining two completely different versions is a lot of overhead, right? Why can't we just have one that has like the non-gameplay relevant fixes in it as well?
I understand that, but I expect that this will cause friction, because when we don't have the separation of concerns, then it will totally overwhelm the non-developers looking at it. They won't understand what is going on there. Like, I think they want a very clear view on all the changes that the committee is working on. And I think that like everyone will expect that we have like a clean patch that only reflects what the committee has decided and not what anyone else has contributed to. So like it should never be the case that our main patch receives some pull requests from some noobs that want to edit the tank hunter and the marauder tank, and they make the wildest suggestions. And maybe our patch also has like the tiers of like different balance patch in there, who knows, yeah, for the FFA community, because they want King Raptors to be twice as fast. I don't know, yeah. And then it should not mix with whatever the committee patch is, because a committee patch is to be like the reference. It's not to be like the main product that then the players interact with, at least long term. Short term, it's fine, right? So Generals Online would distribute the reference patch as is, and players would play it, and then we know, okay, this is what the committee has decided, and and then our patch, the community patch, that will then be finalized at later stages, that one builds more on top of what the committee has built. I think that's it's double work, so to say, because you need to transfer the changes from the reference to the community patch, but it gives the freedom also for us to implement it in like better ways that better interface with the way that we want the patch to be implemented technically, right? We are bound to the concept of the reference patch, but not to the implementation, like how it's actually manifesting in the implementation. Yeah, so that's why I think the separation makes a lot of sense.
What about just separating it by labels and such, and then generating based on that, while still keeping it in one repo?
I don't know what you mean by this.
Well, things that are gameplay relevant get labeled as such, or get labeled as reference, and then if people ever want to generate the reference patch without any other changes, they can, but it would still all live in one repo.
Yes, so this is what I was referring to with the tiers of patches, that you have like the original and then you build on top tiers of patches, yeah, that are opt-in. And the game code would facilitate this kind of functionality, but we don't have this right now. So we cannot build towards this. That's why I'm saying that to have like an intermediate reference project, we are not bound to these technical details of how these layers and labels of things would go. Right? This would be the concern for super hackers to make it all implement all nicely, but it's not the concern for the work of the committee. They shouldn't care about this.
I don't think we should try to split the patches. I think the overall goal should be to try and have everyone playing the same patch.
Yeah,
I think it would be up to a different publisher, or it would be up to the publishers to differentiate and deal with splitting this. I think the one that we should be working on should be the reference, like not something else, if that makes sense.
So the committee is meant to make design decisions, right? It's like a governing body that was elected to make decisions that are in the best interest of the general multiplayer population. Yeah. So, and they will build something, or they will make designs that then can be built into a product. Now, there's certainly the option that you take these designs and then you put it into one product among all the other different changes that are unrelated to the committee's work. I'm making the case that in principle it's okay, but it means that the visibility on the work of the committee goes totally under in this combined patch effort, because there will be so many things that are totally unrelated to the committee's work.
That's just a presentation issue. You can easily just have a change log that specifies what is committee work and what's not.
Yeah, that would be something maybe external to GitHub, or maybe some sort of change log markdown generation question, instead of like trying to keep like a really hard split, because I think that just creates too much overhead. And what if somebody wants to see like an overall change log of, for example, what is in this patch? If it's now split across two different places, it also becomes complicated, right?
Okay,
I think I here you go.
There you go.
I was just going to say that I think the most, or the cleanest approach is to just treat this like if it was just EA releasing a new patch essentially, and then labeling it like they would label it 1.05 or something, and then it just has a bunch of fixes, and whether they're gameplay or whether they're fixing, I don't know, the fact that Black Lotus has the man scream sound effect or whatever other nonsense, small trivial changes, I think it would be fine to include both, just to make it as good as it possibly can be.
Okay, so you two are for like one product that like all the development goes towards instead of two.
Ultimately, yes. I think that would simplify things a lot.
Yeah,
but you're right about presentations, Sasson. It can be like listed in the changelog as two separate like sections.
Yeah, my concern about it is that it would require us to very much think about the structure of the game data in advance. Like, we would need to make decisions now as to how the fixes need to be implemented. So Stobiax already suggested to split the stuff into new files, separate the things physically. So, and my suggestion would be to not just do that, but also on top do a total separation of the edits that we do and the original setups, right? So that all our changes are totally separate from the original, and that they are built on top of the original. And
My original thought was that if we were to start again with a clean slate, we would do all those initial changes, like restructuring the ini data, for example, and then sanitizing it, cleaning up all the white space or all those sorts of issues, and then applying as many essentially non-gameplay fixes as possible, like missing particle effects or audio or cameo icon portraits, all that sort of thing. And then essentially having like a gold edition of the game, like where gameplay is identical, but like all the jank and nonsense is fixed. But, you know, obviously that would take a long time and be a lot of effort, and everyone would be in nursing homes by the time the patch is released. So I think it's just worth just fixing as many things as possible and just iteratively rolling it out as like a company would if they owned the rights. And I think that's a simple solution and has a lot of merit to it.
yeah, so would you suggest that the fixes that are not controversial would go directly into the original ini files?
Yeah, essentially.
And what about those changes that do change gameplay?
Well, yeah, you'd have all of those marked off by the committee.
Yeah. So my suggestion is to keep things separate logically, so that things can be opt in and opt out, so that we can have a tier which says only bug fixes, and then another tier where we say, okay, but then now we want to put on top the balance changes, right?
So why do we need that?
Because then it allows people to have the freedom and pick the tier that they like. Yeah. So let's say you have another project that wants to build a new version for whatever reason, and they want to only start off with a clean slate with just bug fixes, but they want to go a different direction in terms of design. Yeah, and they want to, redesign the factions in ways and maybe add new factions on top, and they have a different vision for it, and then they don't need they don't need the design changes on top of that. They just need the bug fixes. And so
Yes.
like it gives like a cleaner foundation for everyone, for players and for other developers.
But why is that a cleaner foundation? Why can't they use like the full comprehensive suite of fixes as the foundation? Because otherwise, a lot of the time, they'll just be fixing the same thing, or they'll be starting from a foundation that deviates from, the full comprehensive suite of fixes from the patch, and therefore there'll be more deviation or inconsistencies with that.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake to try to cater to every single different flavor, because what happens if somebody needs all the fixes, but then they want to deviate in a specific area that we didn't account for, right? It will be very... I don't think there's a way that we can package it in enough different variations to satisfy modders, right?
Yeah, exactly. One mod might want half the fixes and might not want half the others. Like, there's no way to prioritize or categorize different fixes that different modders or publishers might want.
Well,
So you might as well just say, here's everything fixed, and if you want to mod that out of it and change, undo whatever, you can.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of this approach. The equivalent of this approach is if we had no macros in our code to configure like the CRC compatibility or the retail compatible behavior, right? It would be the equivalent to this. So we just like make all the code changes, and there's no way to like walk back some of the things which are not desired yet or so, right? It locks a specific direction, right? Which is okay if like the direction is like favorable for everyone, but it's not okay if there are still players who like to use it in different ways. And I do know that there are players who like to have different directions. Like it's not, players are not aligned on all the directions. That's not the case. Like players have vastly different expectations and visions on how this should be done. And that's why I think from development side, we should build it in a way that we don't lock it into a specific direction, but that we build it in a way that things can be easily changed to get rid of a certain direction. The same way we already do it with code. It's good. It's not a detriment. It means that there needs to be some planning and it needs to be a bit more thoughtful, yes. But in effect, like the end products that we then can offer are vastly more configurable, and it's much easier to then opt out or opt in of changes than if we would just like lock everything in place. Example of this is what we already have in the patch, what I showed earlier with these optional changes. Like we can already build the patch with all the non-essentials stripped out. So you can just distribute the core package without all the textures and unnecessary changes that you don't want to the customer, which gives like a much smaller package, which is great. It means the player can choose to have a more pure setup, right? Which is certainly possible that he desires. So,
But I don't know if that's necessarily the case. What if somebody wants just the building textures to be fixed, for example, but they're using their own unit textures? There's no way that we account for that case, right? So at what point do we not cater to those sorts of people?
well, so I mean, there always needs to be some separation of concerns. Like, yeah, you cannot cater to everyone, but like we can already anticipate that some things will come up. Yeah. So I can already tell you, I anticipate already, there will be players who don't want any changes and they will just play on retail game. Yeah. They will maybe download Gentoo and
I think
that's it.
that'll dwindle over time because there's like you could have made the same argument when EA was releasing patches. Like, is anyone still playing on 1.03? Does anyone care about those players?
Okay, but that's vastly different because that's original EA work. Like
So if it's based on what the work is, not who made it, or it should be.
I think it is. EA is like the original authority, and everything else is community authority. You can have great projects, you can have great Shockwave and the Contra mod and so on, but it doesn't mean that all the players will play this. It's just the way it is. Like you can have many different products that emerge, and the players will play whatever they like best. Yeah, and this can be very much different project. It's the same with like the control bar add-on. Like there will be players who download the control bar add-ons, and there will be players who just prefer the original, and it's fine either way, right?
Yeah, but it's still important to not add too many configurations. I think the overall goal should still be that everyone's as in as similar an environment as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it just gets way too complicated.
Of course. I think like product-wise, we want to aim for one community patch, right? So it's one product that we author and that the user can download and install and then can play. Yeah, but that does not hold us off to make the things configurable from dev side. Yeah, so we should be able to configure the product in different ways, like we already can, and also any projects that derive from our work can also use configurations of it. And players, once we have those game profiles where players can pick different rules directly in the game, should also have the freedom to customize the experience. So for example, if players would like to have special rules for 3 versus 3 DEFCON no rush, yeah, then they should be able in the game to set like this preset which has Auroras disabled and demo bikes disabled and no rush 10 in the base or so, yeah. Then there should be like the setup that they can opt in, and then those players that like to play this, they just play this, and then they find their peers that also like to play this, and they just play this. And it's not up for us to say you can't play this. If there's demand for this, then we give them the option to have this, and then they just pick it if they like it. If they don't like it, then they don't. That's also fine for us. We don't care. We just like give the optionality that they can.
But why is that dependent on the data? On not having like a common data, can't we add something like a profile.ini similar to map.ini where people can just override it in a profile? You know,
Yes.
then
So
we get rid of this problem.
yeah. So my expectation is that we need to implement something where we can first hot reload ini, yeah, which should be possible, and then have different sub packages. So you have like the baseline ini, yeah, with all the base configurations, and then you can hot load things on top of that, which overrides, which the game can already do, right? You can override things. So and then like you can launch a game, and you can launch with this community patch, yeah, or you can also say, okay, I don't want the community patch profile with all the balance changes, but just with bug fixes, because reasons we don't know. Yeah, they prefer this. Then they can also do that, right? I know that there are players who just want bug fixes, and there are players who want balance fixes, and there are players who don't want any fixes because they're just scared. Yeah, so I think from our side, if we just like cater to all the different possibilities, then there's nothing we can do wrong. Like we just built a foundation that players can use. Yes, it does mean there's more architectural overhead, but once like the procedures are in there, then like it's no problem. You just like build it the way that we set it up to build, and you like have a clean separation between, you know, just bug fixes and design changes and so on. Like it just needs to be implemented and then set up. The benefit also for us as developers is that we have a very clear view of what we actually change. Like, so if like the design changes are separated from like bug fixes, then you can really clearly see, aha, okay, all this stuff here in these files that relates to design changes, balance changes, right? So it also makes it for us easier to like see exactly what we changed, right? Otherwise, you would have to go through the Git history or look up for comments and things like this, or have a good memory of things, right? So I think it also helps us if we like if we separate these different concerns. Yeah.
I think there's danger to facilitating just all these different profiles because players get used to the way the game is, and if per match units are like different or have different health or range or attack damage or whatever, it just becomes kind of a mess because no one can properly learn the game anymore. And it's the same kind of thing as just splitting the community. If you have too many different games, no one's going to be able to know what's going on anymore and enjoy playing the game they used to. I think it's still important to try and have a single direction and vision that everyone gets used to, and then you don't have that issue.
Yeah, but then you have the issue that the players cannot play the game that they like it, right?
Yeah, but they'll get used to it. Like, remember when 1.03 was released and everyone was going nuts because Stealth Jarman or Demo Jarman couldn't detect stealth anymore? Like, that lasted a few weeks and then everyone forgot it, and then it's normal ever since. It'll be the same kind of thing. People will initially have that kind of tentative attitude towards differences, but once they actually get to experience it, they'll start to realize, oh, this is fine. And I think with the design committee, I don't think there's much chance of actually massive, outrageous changes making it into the game. I think we're pretty safe in that regard. I think we've got a lot of smart people who know what they're doing, and there's very low risk there. So I think it's simpler to just strive towards the one goal and direction, and not have to worry about, you know, players potentially being mad that some values changed by one, and then they'll forget about it in a week anyway.
And the other problem is catering to the minority. Like, yes, we can give them the game that they want to play, but they will still be in the minority, and the problem will be they will not find any people to play with. So Like, it's great that they have the game in the state that they want, but if nobody wants to play with them, why do we want to
but then,
cater for that?
yeah, but then this is like a self-fixing issue, right? Like if players figure out that their preference does not match any other preference, then their preference will just die out. That's fine, right? So
Yeah,
basically,
but meanwhile, we spend hours facilitating that, right? That's the way I'm looking at it.
well, as I said, it will require a bit of initial work to get the system up and running, but then once it's there, it should be pretty straightforward to just maintain it naturally. Like whether you make your edits in the original ini files or you put it into a new ini files that are loaded on the side, like conceptually, it doesn't make a difference. You still need to make a change, right? Whether you do it in this one file or in this other file, but conceptually they cause the game to, result in the same result, and it's fine, right? It's just a different way of setting this up. So I'm not concerned about this. It just like needs to be built first and tested, and it's just something that I have in mind already because I do see this coming, and I don't agree with this sentiment that developers or committee should be in the driver's seat of all of this. Like the players should still be in the driver's seat, the same way they are in the driver's seat when it comes to maps. Like players are allowed to pick the maps that they like, and the same way they should be allowed to pick like a configuration that they like for the game. If they like to play with no rush and no aurora, then they should be allowed to do that. Like we should not prevent
That
this.
remains the case either way.
Say again?
That remains the case, though, either way. We're not preventing anyone from doing anything. The game files are still there. You can still edit them if you want.
Yes, but the thing is, no one will go ahead and edit the game files and then try to distribute it where no one can see it. Like it's very impractical. Distributing.
Can we not make a platform for it?
Yes.
Like, for example, the Gen Hub and the Generals Online. Because I like you mentioned before, when you make a lobby and you want to make a data change whereby you have no alphas. So I'm thinking of an example in the Gen Hub, how we could make this. And I see a flow where this could be inherited. So like the user has the community patch, game client, and data. He wants an interface so he can play with his own lobby game rules. Like there's an interface where an in-game or Gen Hub written somewhere whereby he makes a data change to disable the game. If that becomes a patch of its own, he loads locally on his own game profile. He joins Generals Online. Generals Online sees the game profiles he has enabled and creates a lobby. The matching people then can only join when they have the enabled content that's the game and the code and data line. We can also have like in the future so transferring of the data. So if someone has his own patch enabled and you want to join a lobby, you can see you can then transfer the data over, and then the other person has to restart their game. This is just one way I can see of how this can be streamlined in a process where making data and code changes can be built on top of the previous. Like,
exactly. I think the simplest explanation is that the game state should simply be the same, should be dealt with the same way that custom maps are dealt with. So if I open a room and I want those custom game rules, then it just becomes a transfer like the maps are transferred. And so anyone can open any room with their custom rules, custom setups, and it's being transferred like a mod map is. And this way there's like total flexibility, and players are in the driver's seat of their custom flavors. And if they don't find peers that like those flavors that they set up with, then they die out. But if they come up with flavors that are great and other players like to play that as well, then there should be nothing stopping those players from playing that. It's not our decision. We just develop, we just provide the functionality for it, but we don't push it into a certain direction or don't prevent it. Like players are in the driver's seat. If they like to play with just bug fixes but not with the balance changes, then it's the player's decision to do that.
Does that not already exist with Mapini?
Yes, but this would be going beyond maps. It would apply to like the whole game state. because the maps are like, you need to bundle like the changes very specific to every map, right? So it's not very flexible. So it needs to be more flexible.
True, but you can also just how the community uses the Steam like workshop, for example, they would just have an empty map with an ini, load that ini, and then just quit out of the map and then
Oof.
host with like other same people.
Okay, that's some hacky
Using
workarounds.
the using that hacky workaround that usually leads to mismatches when you play like with the after an indie map with the non
so conceptually it's the same, but this is not a great user experience, so we shouldn't keep the same.
No, also I would like to mention that the multiplayer is the minority. Most people play single player versus CPUs
That's a good point.
and are cut off from basically all communications.
Yeah, but
it's a very
this
good point,
group
and
is-
this also like catering to the single player community is a good point. Like single player guys, they might just say, I don't care about these balance changes. I want to play the campaign and the challenges and whatever the way it was originally. And for them, it's also great to be able to say, hey, I just want to run this game just with bug fixes, but no balance changes, right?
So it's worth keeping in mind that the majority of players said they don't play multiplayer because of the imbalances and bugs.
I think there are many reasons why players don't play.
I think
multiplayer.
in the survey, I'm pretty sure it was 60% plus said they'd be more likely to play multiplayer if those things were fixed.
Yeah, certainly. But I think there are also many players who just like single player much better than multiplayer because they don't have the stresses that come with it. They can pause it anytime. They can save it and return later. It's like different players have different preferences.
And a lot of players don't have a good internet connection, so they just prefer playing single player. Like from experience, a lot of mods have more people that play single player than multiplayer.
But that could also be because there's not an easy way to play other people with the same mod. But with Go facilitating that in the future, it may actually bring more people to play multiplayer.
No, there is. They still choose to play single player, or they literally boot up into Go to have single player lobbies with like the 60 hertz thing.
Yeah, so I think the main concern about this configurability is that people think that this will split community, right, and player bases.
Yes.
That everyone is playing niche products left and right. I see it a different way. I think that you just need to bring the players together and make it easy for them to discover different kind of versions. Like, so for example, you put everyone in one lobby and they all run like different mods or versions of the game or prefer different maps and whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, they will try to find lobbies and matches with people that are around. And if they cannot find people that like to play the game that they like, then they will have to abandon whatever their niche is and will have to find common ground with others. So the players will negotiate with each other what the preferred way of playing is. If you have players who prefer Twilight Flame, they will try to find players that play Twilight Flame with the 50k or whatever. Yeah, they won't join 1 versus 1 Tournament Desert. They will stick to their Twilight Flame, and it's fine. Like, we don't expect them to join 1 versus 1. They stay to their niche. They enjoy it. Fair enough. It's good to go. So I'm really not concerned about it. Players will find communities, they will find their buddies, and they will find common ground. I think it's just important to provide like a good baseline that the majority of the community is happy with, that is used for tournaments, for quick matching and so on. That, players generally agree that this is like a great foundation. And everything beyond that, if players like different flavors or they don't like balance patch for whatever reason, for their comp stomps, then we don't put a lock on that. We just allow them to be free with the setup that they like. And so from our side, we basically, there's like 3 tiers maybe, like maybe even just 2, maybe just bug fixes and then like the design and balance fixes on top, like these 2 tiers. I think these 2 are the main ones because these 2 have like the most desire. Like players generally look very much forward to bug fixes, generally. But then there are players who are more wary of gameplay and design changes, and balance changes. And they would say, okay, maybe I like it, maybe I don't. And so I think there's a very strong case to make here that players should have the freedom to choose this natively from what we already provide, not accounting for anything else that builds on top of what we build.
Sometimes you can't split those things though, like fixing a bug might completely change the balance, and so you have to counterbalance that with a design change.
Yeah, okay, but in those cases we can say then the bug fix becomes part of this balance profile, right? And it's not part of the core bug fixes setup, so to say.
Also, one thing about you said like players choosing their own rules. I can see a problem with that already because there's already many different variations of pro rules. Some enforced by Mapini, some not enforced. Like some people play Casino, which has non-pro rule units that you get from the casino, but you're not allowed to use them, so you have to leave them idle. You have stupid things like that I don't think it's a good idea. It will just split the community, and like most of the community plays like Twilight 3v3 pro rules, which is different from like DEFCON FFA pro rules, which is different from the base game design, which is no rules. You can use anything at your disposal. Some people exclusively played with limited super weapons, some don't.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it actually solves a problem, and the problem is rule breaking. Many people are very upset when someone doesn't respect the rules that the host has laid out, because it's totally legitimate to do this. So the host can say, hey, no Auroras, no demo bikes, or no rush. And the players do it anyway because they just want to win. So having like these stricter rules for game hosts to set up, then it gives better guarantees that all the players have to adhere to those strict rules that the host has decided. And if the players are not happy to abide to the rules, then they simply don't join the room and join another room that doesn't have these rules. So
I guess
But
the question is...
the rules are fine. The problem is once you start being able to change like unit damage and things like that, that's an escalation that will split the community up more. Rules,
okay, but that's
pro
fine.
rules are fine.
Okay.
It already exists. Just reinforcing
Let
that
me
bit
give you an example. Let's say some player thinks that the Alpha Aurora is too strong. He doesn't like it. So he sets the damage lower. Only does half damage. Okay, now he opens a room. Now the game ideally would show like everyone in the room that what this custom version is and how it how it's different from like the base patch or the base game version. And so they see, Aurora takes 50%, makes 50% less damage. That's a change. Maybe there are a bunch of other changes. Okay, then it's a player's choice now to go ahead and evaluate, do I want to play that or not? So if I don't want to play that, I will leave the room and I will join some other room or make my own room. If I like to play that, then I will just play that. And maybe I enjoy it together with a host.
That's also problematic because you might have players changing like 100 things, and not every player wants to read a damn book whenever they join a room. And plus, players could sneak in, like, I don't know, sentry drone deals 1 million damage, and then they can go and build their sentry drone and own everyone because they didn't happen to catch it amongst those 1,000 changes. Plus, like, it just limits the amount of games that you can play. Like, if I, at the moment, look at, let's say I want to join a 2v2v2, I join it, the host has set the camera height to some ridiculous number. I don't want to play that because it takes away map awareness as a skill. So then that's one extra game less that I can't play. And then maybe there's no other of those games, so then I can't play anything.
Okay, but then it's like it's a the community is self-regulating what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So if more people think like you that the high camera is absolutely absurd, then they won't join this and they will make a room with normal camera levels. But then there will be players who absolutely say, I absolutely love this high camera and I would only play this. They don't want
Yes, they
this.
split the community.
Yeah, but then what is the alternative? The alternative is that they will either stop playing the game because the camera is too low, or they will load up some mod which is totally incompatible with this ecosystem, and they will be physically divided by everyone else. So I advocate for giving like the freedom that the players can choose their own destiny, and it's very easy to discover everyone, and it's very easy to connect with everyone. But everyone is still in the driver's seat and can set up their preferences. And if they set up ridiculous preferences that are not met by everyone else, then those will die out. But as soon as they find common ground with other players, then they will play together, and that's fine. And it's not up for us to say that this is not okay. Like, they should be able to play with a high camera if they love it. Then if they enjoy their comp stomps this way, or some Twilight Flame matches, who are we to say that this is not the way that they are allowed to play? I don't agree with this fundamentally, that we should set the rules, because the community sets the rules. We are not EA, like, and it will come anyways. Like, so if we don't do it, someone else will do it, because like a free ecosystem will always win over anything that is on lockdown. So if we put everything on lockdown, players will find other ways to liberate themselves from that. And if that means that they have to leave this ecosystem, yeah, so like detach themselves from Generals Online, from Gen Hub, from Super Hackers, and so on, they have to go out of this to play the game that they like it, then they will do that.
I agree to a certain extent, but that's assuming that everybody within this ecosystem has the same knowledge as, I guess, the people in this call who know that they can change things, right? If you give them all these possibilities, then they will, then we go down into the path of splitting the community. But if they don't even have these possibilities, they'll be more willing to just accept the status quo.
Yeah.
Right?
It's kind of like guiding sheep in a way. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but like if you just take away the fences, then people are just going to disperse everywhere and make their own stuff. And that's just a complete split.
I mean, that already partially exists with mods. Some people don't want to play Zero Hour at all and would prefer to play something like Rise of the Reds only, or Shockwave only, or Contra only, because they either don't like the balance, or they think the game is too simple and want to move on to like something else that's similar, or like something they prefer more, and that already happens. The thing is, they still interact with the regular community in some way because they're still connected by the same base game, same foundation. And like some mods have started to transition to use Generals Online and play in the same like massive lobby. You would see like some modded games down at like at the bottom.
I mean, I think the difference between complete flexibility and like mods is like mods, they still have like a publisher who's providing these fences, right? In a way, that's up to the mod publisher to provide the fences. But letting the players choose, for example, completely arbitrary camera heights as subjects mentioned, that will cause a lot of issues.
So right now in Generals Online, players are able to set up custom camera heights, right? Do we have any feedback on how much friction this causes? Do we know?
Almost none. It's either always exclusively set to normal. I have encountered some games where it's just slightly above average, and for mods, they use the camera height they were used to. Like some mods use really high or abnormally high camera height.
So would you say that this causes more problems than good?
No, the only problems that were there were trying to figure out what the default was and trying to convert to like what the default for the mods were, the height
Okay, but
using the
generally,
command.
are players happy with having this option, or would they say, I don't want this option. I wanted to have it restricted to the way it's originally.
They don't really care. They're in the middle. The ones that are conscious about it will use it. The ones that are not will not use it. They kind of don't care.
Okay, so to me it sounds like there's no like big problem that this causes. It's
Yeah,
just,
it's not positive. It's not negative. It's just there.
okay. Okay,
I think it's also important to always keep in mind that what players want is not necessarily what is best for the players.
Like a lot of players just want to basically make the technical and Humvee absolutely butchered.
I mean, I think what's important is that players enjoy playing, right? So if they have fun, then everything is good. If they don't have fun, not so great. So yeah, I would need to see some like tangible. It would be good to see something that really clearly outlines that it is absolutely counterproductive to make the game customizable, right? So for example with quick match, you could say, okay, it's not great to have all these different kind of matchmaking options and different kind of maps because it makes matchmaking quality bad, right? Because then no one can find each other because of all these different settings. Okay, then you say, okay, how do we mitigate this problem? Okay, we can have an option to widen the search or tell the player that there are no other people in this kind of matchmaking setup and they need to widen the search, right? And then the matchmaking would work once they widen the search to be more inclusive of other preferences from other players because their own map, like let's say Final Crusade, is not being played that much. Yeah. Okay. And I would say that the same principles apply to any kind of configurability, not just quick match, but also in the lobby. Players will negotiate what the best setup for them is. Yeah. And this already happens in the base game. Like the way players prefer their custom, their special maps. Yeah. And like the money setups, like some play with 50K and other plays with 10K. But generally,
yeah, but all that works within the existing foundation, which is still fairly structured. Whereas if you just completely like say there's no more foundation, the game is just whatever you want, then it loses its identity and you split the community.
Okay, but it's already possible. You can have a mod map where you spawn things when you put some infantry into a hut. And
yeah, but there's a barrier to entry to that, which still keeps that sort of rigidity of the structure.
So the barrier to entry is that someone needs to create a map, like a Rebel Uprise mod map, yeah, and then it needs to be transferred. It either needs to be downloaded on a website or it needs to be transferred in the map transfer in game. Yeah. Okay. So this is a barrier, but anyone can author this, right, and play this then once it's transferred. And I advocate for the same thing in terms of game setup. The same principle. You can create it if you like. You can share it with other players. You can play it if you like. And no one says that you can't. And it gives player the freedom to do it if they like. And so they can turn a regular DEF CON match into a mod-like experience just by having this custom profile. And it's totally fine because if it's great, then they have fun. If it's not great, they don't use it.
Is
Hi
it
there.
possible?
Oh, please go.
No, you
Sorry.
go.
No, sorry.
You started talking first. No, you go.
No. I'm insist.
No, I insist.
No, I just a noob, so I prefer you go. I hope I'm not
Okay,
interrupting.
okay. Is it possible for the devs to make a bare bones version of that sort of system that can be tested to see how the community would like react on something like Go?
Yeah, it would require quite a bit of development. We would need to figure out how we do the ini hot loading. Where there are some nodes already. So there's different kind of systems. The ini maps, they use like a mix of clean overrides or just like straight up merge over the original ini data. So we first need to figure out how we do this exactly. Like always reload the clean state and then override or some other system. And then, but the problem is it needs like UI changes to properly like do this, and then we need like this transfer for it. So it is a bigger feature. It's not that it's not on our agenda right now, but it's probably it's very desirable to have this because it will allow this kind of optionality, which the original game doesn't have. And I think what my impression is, and like obviously I can't look into the future, but to me it looks like the same reservations exist for this kind of functionality that exist for like fixing and balancing the game. Everyone is scared. Everyone is scared about any change. You want to improve the game, everyone is scared. Yeah, and it's always like this with anything that you want to add to the game. Like 5 years ago, everyone was scared to like even talk about making a patch, and now everyone is talking about making a patch. Yeah, everyone is just scared, and I don't agree with this sentiment. It's like if you build systems in good ways and you build it in ways that are robust and that the player has a choice to configure this in insane ways, then there's nothing wrong. Like the player's in the driver's seat, and game modding has existed for decades, and players always found ways to evolve products into more fun experiences. And it generally is it typically enriches games. I don't know of cases where modders have started working on game and it just like became worse and worse and worse, because there will always be people who add great things on top. And this is how some of the greatest products have emerged in the history.
I mean, I agree we should maybe give this customizability, but that is, I think, a separate matter from whether or not we should, how do you say, maintain the data in such a way to make it super easy, right? Like a modder should be able to pick up any state of the game files and make a profile out of it. We don't need to necessarily facilitate that from end to end, I think. Because they're bound to diverge from whatever presets that we can think of at the present moment.
So let's think about what would happen. Like, let's say we author the community patch, yeah, and it's like it's a combined effort of all our bug fixing and polishing and the game design committee's best decisions. Yeah, everything comes together, and let's say it doesn't become the dominant way to play because someone else goes ahead and makes some amazing tweaks to the game that make it so much more fun, and everyone is in awe of this gameplay experience. Now, would you say that we should discourage this kind of configurability and to prevent this like new way of playing the game just because we didn't author it? Or would you say it's better that the community finds the best way to actually build Zero Hour?
I don't think that's a likely scenario at all. If you have a bunch of dedicated and talented people working towards all these fixes and balance improvements and whatnot, how likely is it that someone else is going to have this amazingly superior product? And even if they do, so what? How's that going to impact the fact that we've included a lot of fixes?
Yeah, okay. I agree. It's maybe not so likely, but maybe someone built something and many people really like it and they just like to play it, right? So, I mean, it still can be a benefit for a group of people that really like it. So, and so, I mean, we don't have to push the community to like do this, right? But just giving them the option to do it, I think would be great for these sub communities who like to have like some flavors. And for us, it gives the possibility to decouple the bug fixes from the design changes, which then allows players to pick their preference, to play with a pure bug fix only or play with the balance patch on top of that.
I think the balance patch is probably expected to be done iteratively anyway, and so that if there's significant feedback along the way, things can be tweaked and changed accordingly anyway. So I think there's very low risk of that happening regardless.
Maybe what we can do is like to combine both worlds. We can like very much favor one of the products as like the baseline product, which is always default selected when you open a room, right? But then and it's clearly marked as like the gold standard of things, and everything else is a diff of that. This way we already author like a streamlined product, but we still give the players the freedom to deviate from that. And
Sure, yeah, and you could even say there's an option for like 1.04 or something if you want.
So it is there, but it's not like the recommended experience, and the UI clearly pushes us into this direction, and then it becomes easier for players to stick to like the mainline thing. But if they really like, they can deviate, and this way we take all the heat off of us, and players will be excited for this because they will see, they built this new direction, but they always allow us to play the game we used to, even if it's just for transitioning, or for whatever reason.
I think it'll be a gradual transition anyway. I don't anticipate the initial patch release to change massive things, or if it does, it's not going to be very visible, and the vibe of 1.04 will be preserved. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be much issue. Like if we, for example, fix the Tank Hunter missing the cameo portrait for the patriotism upgrade or something, like that's not a gameplay change, but like there's no reason to not include that because it's an objective improvement.
Yes. Yeah, okay. But
especially if we start from a fresh slate, right? And release, for example, I don't know, 20 commits a week, right? Then it will be very gradual. We don't take the 1,000 things that we changed in the data repo right now and release that in one go, because then we might have an issue.
For updates. I think it's exciting whenever your game gets updated, but maybe that's just me.
After playing Helldivers, no, not anymore.
Yeah, sometimes not. But if you look at like how Age of Empires 2 is going, they're frequently updating that, and they're making decisive directional decisions on the balance and whatnot, and it's always exciting. It generates a swath of content every time. All the major streamers are like, oh, look at all the changes and everything, and it's generally an exciting vibe whenever it happens.
Didn't Microsoft like hire people to do like the balance and keep the game like going?
I believe so.
So they have like legitimacy behind them.
Well, yeah, but before that it was the HD edition, which I'm pretty sure wasn't Microsoft, before they then changed it into definitive.
I mean, the point of the committee election was to give them legitimacy, right? So you could see it that way, that we do have that sort of idea now.
Yeah, the
It's
committee
not
is
just
supposed
a
to be
random group of
representative.
people.
Yes. Yeah, I think it certainly makes sense to build like a mainline product, but I strongly advocate that we always allow the player to easily also access different deviations of that if he really desires. We don't need to actively push the player into these deviations, but just
Sure.
giving the optionality for this will be,
Yeah,
I think,
giving the options is fine.
it's a net benefit. Yeah, because I can totally see myself wanting to play a no rush, no Aurora game. I can totally see that. Why not?
But
I did it in the
that's
past, and you know, if someone has like some experimental changes and make the Humvees, I don't know, slower or whatever, I might then maybe I try this, maybe I don't like it, but you know, it's not it's okay if players like different flavors and here and there, and it will be spotty, right? So I expect that some people will build things that don't reach mainstream. It's the same with maps, right? Someone makes a map and the map is not great and no one plays it, right? And then there are other maps which are greatly designed and cool, and then players will pick it up, right? And it's great. And it's like a free ecosystem of ideas, right? And it goes into the same spirit that we have with GenHub, that everyone can author their own mods on there. Like no one, we don't tell anyone like what content to create and what to publish, right?
On this topic, I want to bring up like the game is already fractured in a way, right? Because everyone has their own game style, modes they play with different people, play in different servers like Red Game Ranger, they play Contra, Shockwave, they play 50k 1v1, they play 1v1 50k, they play CXN, whatever. And I think the main issue here is that like no matter how you hate Game Ranger or the issues you have with it, like it's kind of brought a certain kind of community together because they had one unified list of seeing all the games. And if we go one step further and you add like, for example, if Janop had it, the same list view of Game Ranger, and you could see the publishers and the game profiles that the user has for that lobby they have created. For example, they have the game client, the game data, and there's like from the publisher, the channels online, they have those, and then you have the same profile, so you can launch their games. And which would make this entire flow more easier is that you would see if they have a change, like they've made a data change or code change, and then you would take over their profile. And for the users, this would be all abstracted away. You would have single list. You would see the most recent game. Everything would update, and all these game profiles that I just recently showed, they can also be abstracted away. You just have your 0-hour game launcher. You see a list of games. You see like which publisher it is, which maybe a couple changes, maybe like if you know the most recent changes from community outposts and patches they've done, and you've already known this. And the lobby list shows an extra change because they've added. I'll create like wait, let me show something else. Change my stream. I'm streaming something. Okay, so I'll create like a flowchart. I'll use like AI for this as well. So if they have profiles where they have game patch, so like these are the content publishers. They create their own content, and the publisher studios they have their own content types, add-on, game patch, game client, and these are like all releases. The dependencies and whatever they're linked. This entire flow goes through, and like once they have a game profile here created, this is the game profile flow here. Like this is the publisher. They create their content. The user gets this content. They have they manage them, and once it's been created, publisher definition, user now has all this. They create the content. They download it. They create a profile, and then they have this profile. Now, if they want to add their own patch, they can. They have like alphas banned, open, no tox bosses, no Humvees, whatever, and this all still gets displayed in the list view. So whenever they launch the game, this all that happens. So the game gets launched, profile is applied, the maps, add-ons, the replays, whatever. You have and then you have this data like game client, this go client, balance data, custom changes, and add-ons, whatever. And then this is also what the data you see in your list view, in your server lists, and like your workspace gets created and the game gets launched. And once you play multiplayer, like this is where Generals Online comes in. It checks the data from each player's profiles. If you join the lobby, do they match like what's been matched, the game client, the game patch, and whatever mods they have. If they have inconsistencies, we can maybe handle like a data transferring of the game profiles, and then it's being hosted somewhere. And then the user can then, like the same way that Game Ranger works, the game launches and it's all set up. You don't have to do anything, and you just play the game. You play with 6 people, the lobby. You can even have the lobbies preset so that one click you join and it's done. No setting up everything, and yeah, the game has been launched and you play a game. And like it becomes easier to manage. Like once you have like a profile, like a new update for the game client for like Community Outpost, like it's all automatically done. You don't have to manage, and it can be in pop-up somewhere saying, "Here, there's a new update." It's all been managed for you, and the game lobby still stay the same. Like if we have an interface for creating these kind of any files or data changes, it can also be in GenHub. Like you say, I want to disable this, and it becomes a new patch, and then it says custom patch created by GenHub, and it says whatever changes is like the diffs from this game profile to the other. So it doesn't have to all be handled by the game itself. I think Pekka mentioned maybe what if we had like a trial period of people trying different profiles and downloading it. Like GenHub can be also the interface where the profile gets downloaded and launched from there. So you just don't have to actually manage everything from within the game itself. That was all actually I was going to mention. All my thoughts about it.
Stubjax, I think I'm okay with starting a new project. I'm just a bit worried about the complexity of this because, yeah, it means that we need to reapply all these different things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work to do,
It's a lot of
no matter
work.
what direction.
I still don't have clarity whether we need submodules or not. Like it could be great if like art was totally isolated, right? And all text.
Yeah, perhaps.
So
But I think there'd need to be some analysis done there, like the pros and cons of separating what
yeah,
and whatnot.
it's
Like, because there are some objective art improvements, like making the missile defenders have the blue uniform, for example. When I go back to the green one, it looks completely bizarre and,
no,
visually messy.
I mean not content wise. I mean setup wise. Like have them separate, like
Able to swap out.
separate like physically in the repository. So like it's not clear to me what the best setup is. Do we want the sub module or not? Or should it all be in one product? Right now, everything is in this one product, but it means that the size of the repository balloons, right? So, yeah, but decoupling is also shitty because then you have like this remote dependency on like another repository. And if they are not in sync, then you have mess, right? So, yeah, it's...
I mean, if it's just a direct split along the art pipeline, does that ever have a dependency on anything else, like the data?
Right now, the way we have edited the textures, and those are the biggest, and audio files, they are the second biggest. They have no dependencies. Like if you don't touch like the model that references the texture names, if we just keep the same, then it's fine. It can be totally separate. Same with the audio. If you just like change the contents of the audio, but you don't rename the file or anything, then it's just a drop-in replacement. So that's pretty straightforward. Now for models, I think that's more close to ini files because ini files specifically reference models, yeah, and like bone names, for example, like where a tank shoots from, like the bone position and then the name of the bone. So there's strong coupling, but ideally for models, I would say it would be good to go to text-based models so that the models are all text, right? And so then we have like clean diffs, and then they can also live side by side with the ini stuff. Like if everything's text-based, there's no binary files, and so that would be pretty good. But yeah, so like my main concern is audio and textures because they're just so large, right? And you could say that maybe we want to be able to plug in different sets of art and audio, right? So, or maybe remove them again. I don't know. So like it becomes easier to swap if they're not physically directly related. Whereas if it's like in the repository, it's like very strongly coupled to this kind of thing. So yeah, so right now textures and audio things are very, very cleanly decoupled, drop-in replacements, straightforward. So they could be in a different repository, but then you still need to set them up with a mod builder, and this is a strict coupling, right? So the mod builder references all these files directly or indirectly through wildcards, and yeah, it needs them to be there to build the whole package. Yeah, so it's not as easy to decouple this, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, but like if we restart, then for now we can focus on ini files first, right? Because there's the bulk of the logic, and window files and localization, and so it's more secondary, and art is is even behind the tertiary concern, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say art and audio probably last.
So yeah. So my main concern is the complexity of the matter of restarting the work, because it means I need to like resubmit everything. Like it's so much. It's really so much. Yeah. And so like if we had like an army of people who could help this and can help with this diligently, then it would be less of a concern. But I can already foresee if we assign this task to third parties, they will screw this up, I believe.
It will
No
be
offense.
It will be just as much work to untangle the current situation, though. So I think the work is unavoidable.
You think that? Why do you think that?
Especially when you have like commits that are based on other commits, and like because so much of the data has changed. Like it's not straightforward to just undo something that might have supplemental changes on top of it. Plus, there are many cases of a pull request that introduced a regression, and then there had to be a follow-up pull request to address that regression. And plus, there are a lot of workaround fixes that are no longer applicable because we can just fix them with the code. Like, there's a whole mess that needs to be audited anyway, so it might just make sense to start again and have the audit as part of that process where you just pick things individually and then build up from there.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about. I'm probably less worried about repairing the state than replicating the state, because I think replicating will be more work intensive. Because like there is great documentation in this repository. There's like there's these YAML files that generate the different views, and also in code we have every tweak is documented, even in the particles. Every line that was changed is explicitly documented for what reason and from what value. Yeah, so it's
but I'm not a fan of that either, actually, because I think the Git history already serves that purpose.
Yeah, but even without Git history, I can exactly tell what has changed. Yeah, because I see the comments there. So it's like even without Git, looking through Git, I can already tell what needs to be reverted.
Yeah, but the comment also doesn't show you exactly what lines were changed and what the diff is. You just have to interpret that.
Okay, sometimes that's right, yeah. But other times it is very explicit in what was changed.
Plus, there might be a change that's applied across like all the factions, and then you have the same comment everywhere.
I'm looking at this differently. I mean, yes, it's a lot of work to replicate the changes, but we don't need to replicate every change immediately, right? If we're going to release these changes in small chunks anyway, then we just keep the data repo as it is, and everything that we release, we bring in iteratively. And because we need to write a change log for the public anyways, the change log will just naturally follow from that.
Yeah, you could use the new repo kind of like the pipeline, essentially. The release pipeline.
So we just make sure that everything that is clean, we put it in, and then it gets shipped in the next weekly patch, right?
Well, it won't be part of the code weekly release,
No, but there can be a patch weekly release or whatever
Sure.
we can agree with Generals Online, right?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
I think that's a good point.
It's fine if we want to redo it. I would just hope that we can find people that help us and that I don't have to do it all on my own, because it would be
Well,
just
I don't expect you to do it all on your own. I'd be more than happy to dedicate a large amount of time to it. I mean, it is monkey work, but at the end of the day, I enjoy like making things, I don't know,
That's good to
consistent
hear.
and
Yeah,
standardized.
that's good to
And
hear.
it's a added benefit for the committee as well, because basically anything that's about to be landing somewhere will also have visibility in one place.
Yeah. Well, my expectation is that the committee people will be very confused, because there will be so much stuff going on that it will be hard to keep track of. So, like, I would expect that for the committee people, it would be easier to just have a repository with these reference changes that I mentioned earlier, because once they see like all these other fixes and non-controversial fixes going in, they will be like overwhelmed. Like, I know some of them
I
will be.
don't think so. If we do a like staggered release, and we only have like 10 or 20 changes per patch, I don't think so.
Just judging. I'm judging from like experience, interactions, and like generally the sentiment. Oh, GitHub is so complicated. I don't understand the thing there. That's
Yeah, well, they'll learn, won't they?
Yeah, but generally my impression is whenever something is done on GitHub, it's very confusing for the people that don't use GitHub, and especially in our products where there's so much stuff going on, like it's hard for them to exactly understand what's going on, which is understandable, right? Like because you need to read a lot of things, like if the pull or the issue description doesn't give good detail, then you need to look into the files and try to understand from that. But obviously we want to do better and give like good detailed write-ups in the pull requests themselves, like we have done a few times.
Yeah, you're right with that. With a player that's new, they have a difficult time understanding the code.
But that's why I think it's beneficial to have this like pipeline repo, basically, where everything that makes it into main there needs to have like documentation that is public facing, that any committee member can just read and understand in one place, right? That will be like almost like the end product, basically.
But the thing is, the committee doesn't need to know about all changes that don't affect gameplay, right? They only need to know things about gameplay.
Exactly. That's a concern I have. Like there will be like 90% of the changes that are in patch are not gameplay relevant.
Then we put them in a different section in the changelog, right? We can differentiate that way.
Yeah, and we already do this. This is already the case. We have a separate changelog for controversial changes. I showed this earlier. But still, like physically, these things are not separated. So they are together. Like all the pull requests, there will be pull requests for controversial changes, but there will be many more pull requests for other things that don't. There are no concern for the committee, and that's where I anticipate there will be friction and confusion.
We're not just tag the pull requests that need review by the committee with the particular label.
Yes, but then yeah,
we can request reviews from the committee members for particular pull requests as well.
For us, it's so straightforward because we just filter and we know where to look. But I have the impression that for people who don't use GitHub, it's not straightforward. I don't know. I'm not in the mind. I can't comprehend this mindset. Like, yeah, it's complex because the subject matter is complex, and so yeah, there will be many things, but like. It would be hard for them to engage with this, so maybe they shouldn't be engaging with this at all. I don't know.
I mean, all they really need to know is the filter on the tag of committee, right? If we already design every single pull request and add committee to it. And therefore, and every other thing we add not committee. Therefore, they can already filter on committee and therefore do their voting and decide and decision making.
Yeah, but to filter on that, they need to add a filter, and people don't know how filters work. That's what I was
Yeah, but that
thinking, like
doesn't.
how I
Put
can.
that in the hyperlink.
Yeah, true. I was thinking about making some external tooling to help committee members. I have like a nice overview / dashboard thing combining issues and pull requests within a certain time period with certain labels, and I'm working on trying to facilitate making that easier. So we could basically put some sort of wrapper in front of GitHub for the committee members who are not able to follow along on GitHub.
Yeah, that sounds good. But also at the same time, I don't think we should underestimate the committee members. I think they're just as capable of learning GitHub as anyone else. Like, same thing happens at game studios where you have the artists or designers not familiar with GitHub and they eventually learn it and they get familiar and then development's streamlined from there on.
I think I would not go crazy on making new things for it. I think just adding that filter alone, I think explaining how the filter works is not that difficult to explain to the guys. These are in general quite smart guys, so they can figure it out for themselves, or we just explain them to them how they filter on things for the committee and not the committee, so they know what the changes are they need to vote on.
Yeah.
And there also want to be webhooks for Discord, like they can get notifications or like on the Discord.
Yeah, and honestly, they can still ask us if they cannot find us. It's not like we're not there to help, right? They can ask me, they can ask Zexon, they can ask anyone here. I think anyone here is willing to help them figure out how the GitHub works. I mean, I figured it out, and I didn't even know anything at all about the GitHub.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I also don't think it's hard, but the feedback I got often was that it's so hard for non-developers to understand it. That's the feedback I got from some of the people.
Yeah, I think the issue is more of what is all changed in the topic, because what is changed for each individual pull request is not directly understandable for them because it's not English most of the time. Most of the time it's actually game code wise, you discuss it, right? So they don't know exactly what's changed. And then they have to look to the game files, and the game files are confused because they don't know the code. So I think we just need to explain it more for the pull requests that involve them. We just have to explain it a bit more of what is changed exactly.
The other thing that's confusing is a lot of the times the people who are developing, they're writing MIT and PR titles that are technically correct, but maybe not understandable for somebody who's not familiar with the code, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's why it's important to write maybe not in the same way with the YAML files that Sezon was showing, but like have like a, how do you say, a place where the changelog is presented in a non-technical way.
It would be nice to leverage AI to generate changelogs as well, rather than having to manually do it because it bogs down development, I find.
I mean, I can help it, like whenever they don't understand anything, I can do some research on it. But the guys at the moment don't really like me, those in the committee, so. But I can help if they want me to make them understand what's going on and each change that they're voting on.
Yeah.
I think it's a group of people that are willing to help them out, explain what each change does. Therefore, they don't have to bother each individual developer. If you just have some group of people that have an understanding of it and then explain it to them, that could work well.
I mean, in the end, like once the design is finalized and it can be implemented, then this is also it's just like a formal step, like to get it actually done. Like I think the bulk of the work will actually be like the discovery and decision making, right, and not verifying that the implementation is actually correct. That's more on developer to make sure. So that, like, let's say Stubiax creates a pull request, then I verify that it matches the expectation, the agreed design, and that the implementation is correct and has no holes in it. And like it's not a big concern for each committee member to verify this, right? Because the expectation is that we do it correctly. So it's more for like for the techie people to implement this correctly. So maybe it's not as big of a concern as I pictured, that we have like the separation of these repositories. I'm not sure. I just thought it would make sense to have like this reference repository, because then you have like a very clean project which you can load up, and it's an exact representation of just the things that concern the committee. There's nothing else in there that that messes with it. It's like very clean cut, and you can always go to this thing, and it will always have the correct state in there, right? So no deviation. Whereas if you have like a bigger product where all these different things go in there, it will be much muddier, right?
You can solve that with just the labels. Just label it committee.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's not just like it's not just the Git commit history. It's also the game state, right? So if you have something that's really just the way that the committee has decided, you have an exact reflection of what they built, what they decided. No other things in there, no other fixes, polishing and tweaking.
But do we need that?
I thought it would be useful, because then you always have like a gold standard version that you can always go to. Like there's no chance that it be broken by some other changes or so. It's like a very clean.
Isn't it the same amount of chance? Sorry, like you could, like a committee designed solution to something might break something.
Yeah, I would say that the surface area of friction is much smaller, because it would be just 10% of the changes of the real patch.
Well, it's going to be a small size anyway, so any issues would be very quickly discovered.
Maybe. Yeah, we can do it either way. If we feel strong, if we feel better with just having one main line, then we do that. For me, it would have made sense to have these two projects, but if we don't have the capacity to do this, then we don't. Yeah, it will be a lot of work anyway, even with one project. Yeah.
Maybe some of this could be done with branches. We have a base branch where we only have the core changes that we understand them, and then we have the patch on top of that.
That does depend on committee members being able to understand Git branches.
Yeah, the problem with that is that then you have this divergence, right?
Honestly, I think trying to keep it split will create more confusion than trying to merge it, because at some point people will refer to the patch, and then it will be like, which patch, right? Because we should try to simplify things for the public as much as possible. I don't think they will differentiate between community reference and a texture change, right? They will just, in their mind, it will just be the patch.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly about the separation. If everyone agrees that we don't do it, then fine.
I do agree that we should have like somewhere in the changelog it should be like flagged or a section like this is decided by the community and by the committee in case anything comes up, right? Then it can be I don't want to say the committee can be blamed, but at least
Yeah,
we
we
can
take
say
the blame.
yeah, it was decided by them. That's why it made this patch, right? In case of any controversial thing that comes up. And then
I
things
think
that
there'll
are
be low chance of that anyway, but yeah.
no, but for example, if a texture change turns out to be controversial and it's seen in the changelog that it's not signed off by the committee, then the committee doesn't get wrongfully blamed for that, if that makes sense, right? So it works both ways.
Yeah, that's very unlikely. We don't make any controversial art changes.
Also, keep in mind, most people don't know, like the most casual players don't know if the committee is making them or not, by the way. They just see, oh, the developers made this change, and they will blame the developers anyways.
Well, you know, it's
Most
just
people don't know.
it's a communication concern. How do you communicate the responsibilities? So right now, if something goes wrong, everyone goes to Generals Online, which is fair because they publish, right? So they can take the blame for it. Then they can delegate the issues to us, and then we fix it, and then they can unblame. Because it's fair, they also get all the praise. So if you get all the praise, you can also take all the blame for it. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, what we can do is we can create a new repository, and then you can maybe already start with adding some things that you think are worthwhile in terms of INI Foundation.
I think before that, maybe we should just do a write-up of like what the plan is, so that we can make sure we're all on the same page and aligned.
If you could do that, then that would be great.
Yeah.
Then I can add my 2 cents to it. I still would like to use like a mod builder or a variation of that, because I find
that's fine.
I find it very useful to have one button click and it builds the whole thing. I don't want to do sim linking and
Yeah.
So
Well, the way I set it up on my PC is just have the actual generals repo as a repo, the folder, but not everyone probably wants to do that.
Ideally, it would also be part of the CI, and it gets like bundled as a artifact on GitHub as well.
We need someone. So I don't want to maintain the mod builder, but it needs changes, and I can also say what it needs changing. So I wonder if we can get someone who wants to take care of this, who really wants to work on things. So basically, what it is
written in?
Python,
yeah. So basically, a tool that builds the final game data from intermediate game data. That's the main purpose. Yeah, and it currently works. So we have a working solution, but there are still many outstanding things that need to be done, and it's not great. Yeah. So if we would have one dedicated person who just works on this, and that would be very useful.
Does it have to be like its own tool or integrated directly with like the game date like game code?
It is a tool, yeah.
How big is like the Python code? Like how big is like how many changes? How far reaching is it? The features?
I would say just a few thousand lines of code. Yeah, it uses some other tools. So it uses Crunch, which is a DDS DXT compressor for the textures. It uses our own game text compiler, which was built with Time project, and it uses a custom big command line big file creator. So these three, and it has like an integration for the Blender, which I mentioned earlier, but this one we need to rebuild, and I think Baptista already tried some in this regard with the W3D text files, which I think he closed already. Yeah, so basically what it does, maybe I can do a screen sharing again. Let me, how do I do a screen here? Share your screen, entire screen. There we go. So if I open Visual Studio Code, then this is a game page. And here we have Mod Builder. Yeah. So what does it do? Let me pull this here a bit more to the side. Okay. So we have a main file, and there we have a whole bunch of command lines, as you can see here. So the way it's controlled is you give it JSON files which have configurations. Yeah, and the JSON files tell like where are the game files and what to do with the game files. Yeah, then there's also a GUI here which I showed here, where you can click the buttons. Yeah, but the content that is being populated here, like these bundles, bundle packs, and whatever it does here on build and build release, all this is driven by the configurations which are here in those JSON files. So for example, let's look at mod JSON files. Yeah, so this is like the top file which tells, aha, this mod uses these JSON files to describe its contents. Yeah. So these are these are the files.
I don't mind like taking this over. This is being recorded, right?
Say again?
You're recording? Are you recording right now?
I am, yeah.
Just asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't mind taking this over, like simple, as long as like the clear write-up of like the features or what I have to do. Because like right now you're explaining it's fine. I can just go over like YouTube, take the time frame, then get all those features like you just explained, and I can send it to an agent, a code agent with Claude, and then go over, because we have in Geno we have our own tools section, and it's like pretty boilerplate. You just add your own tools, your views, and then you write the code for it. And since the code is pretty like not that big, couple thousand lines, I think Claude can easily handle this, and I can just supervision every couple changes it makes. So like you're going over, as you're going over the change right now, can you be like detailed as possible as you're explaining it? Because then maybe I can just go over the transcript of the YouTube video, copy the translation, and then make like a proper PRD for it, so I can give it to the agent.
I don't think I will go that technical that you can feed it into an AI and it will generate some code out of it. I don't know. I will just describe
just like general, like what's happening, yeah, like that. But
I
like
will just
more
give an
specific,
overview of what it actually does. Yeah. I don't know if it's usable by AI. I can't tell you this. So basically, there are different concepts. So we have bundle packs and bundle items. This is just a terminology I came up with. Yeah. So bundles here, packs means it's a pack that bundles items together. Yeah. And the bundle items, they bundle game files. Yeah. So game files go into items go into packs, and then the packs are like they describe like one product. Like for example, here Core Arabic is like one product that you could now distribute to the customer. Yeah. So the customer receives Core Arabic and he can play, and it's catered to the Arabic game version. Yeah. And this contains then the item Core Audio Arabic, INI files, and so on, right? So different components in here. Yeah. So and this exists here for all the languages. Yeah. And then we have, so this is core packs, and then we also have the full packs, which also contain the optional stuff. So it's exactly the same thing, but also it contains here the optional items in there. Yeah. They are labeled this way here for convenience. Yeah. And then if we look at those items, so for example here core items, yeah, and the core items we see we have like a naming scheme for those items, which is relevant for the big files that will be generated. So here we have like a prefix for the items, and then this will be the name of the item, and then the prefix will be prefixed to this name. Then it tells, okay, is this meant to be used in a big file or not? And in this case, it's not. And so because this one takes ANI files, which are the cursor files, I think we have one custom cursor, and that's why it takes it here. Yeah. And then here we have like textures. This one goes into a big file, and then it takes the source files from here with this wildcard here, the TGA and DDS files. And then it will also take these PSD files here, and it will, here's the source, and then there's a target, and then it will output this DDS file based on these PSD files, or from this TGA to DDS, TIFF to DDS, and then here's some more specific one here, like you have this one, and it also wants to be a different file name, right? So you can do that as well. And so there are like these different kind of bundles, and they all set up in ways that that mirror the requirements set out by the base files that are here, right? So the files that are in the repository, they are not necessarily the files that are shipped to the customer. Yeah, that there can be a transformation step in between. Yeah, like PSD files, Photoshop files to DDS file, for example. Yeah, or STR file, text file to CSF file. Yeah, and that's the job of this. And so in code, there are a bunch of features here. It reads it in. So right now it's set up in a way that we have this this batch file here, which we first request admin, because we need admin in order to install the game. To if it's installed in C program files, then you need admin, right? Then install mod builder is a script where it actually downloads it from GitHub and installs it locally in this repository. Setup is, I don't know, I forgot. And then here it calls the mod builder exe with the command line arguments, so that it looks like this right now. Yeah, and so you don't have to use GUI. Like you can use just command line, which would be then great for the CI, right? To do these different kind of configurations. And so code wise, we have a pass. What do we have? Main function. I mean, it has been a long time I looked over this, but the main function just like reads in some of the stuff, and then it decides whether it uses the GUI version or the non-GUI version. And then here we have some, where do we need to go? We have GUI, and then we have, my gosh. Here. We have engine. So engine is the main thing where the main logic runs. Let me find like, where's the start of the whole thing? Build engine, right? So here's a run. Yeah, so you give it like the setup, the build setup, and then it will just follow the rules that are defined by the JSON files. Yeah, so it will take the main setups for like where the folders. Runner refers to the functionality, the setup for running the thing. So you have like the run game button here, right? And install and uninstall. These are the runner stuff. Yeah. And then you have bundles that defines like the packs and the items and where all the files are and what to do with them. And tools that refers to things that tools that are not mod builder, but we need to build these things. Like what I said, like the texture building and so on, right? So this reference in the tools. And then we have these build steps, right? So we want to build a release, so we need a build step, if we have a build step, we need a post build step. If we have then these kind of steps, we need a pre-build step, and then inside these build steps, it does like different kind of things that are necessary. I split it this way so that it's like a state machine, right? So that you can easily see, okay, we are in this phase and we do that. It divides the responsibilities of the builds, like so that everything is kind of clean. Like pre-build, it first needs to reinterpret the data. Uninstall means it first uninstalls whatever was installed in the previous build run. It like keeps a file and remembers what was installed before. Clean, I can't remember. Build, it starts building all the things. It puts the files into the big files and so on. Post build, I can't remember. Build release, it zips them up, and you could like plug in like an installer here, like that it builds an installer also out of the final package. Install means it will install it to the game directory so that you can test it. Run means it will run the game now. Uninstall means it uninstalls it from the game directory again so that you restore a clean state. Yeah. So these are the build steps, and then from down here it will trickle into all sorts of logic. Like we have logic for copying things, where here's all the different functionality for facilitating copying the source files to the final game files, right? And so what ends up happening is that it will then create this .build folder here, which is also configurable, and then in here it will create the raw bundle items first, which refers to the setup. We put in JSON files, and it will create then whatever we set up to be created in here. So for example, here you can see put some symlinks to the files because it didn't need to convert it to anything. It just takes the file, puts a symlink, and now we have like this raw bundle, which is just raw files. Well, let's see, we go to ini. So in here it has put the ini files. Those are not symlinks because it actually does apply processing to these files. So if we look into these files, you can see, for example, it has removed all the white space from this file, right? It's really flat because the final ini file doesn't need this white space. And there's some other transformations going on with some of the text-based files and non-text-based files. Yeah. And so once we have those raw bundle items, then the next step will be to put them into these bundles, big bundles. So as you can see here, it now has put them all into these big files. And if we open this, then you can see files are in there. Yeah. And then the last step is then to put them into these packs, these bundle packs, which, is like catered to language, or if it's a core or a optional bundle pack. And then the last step is then the release step, where it would then create the zip file where everything is in here. So as you can see here, it would be super patch. That's currently the product name that is set up in the JSON file. Core English version 0, which is 10 megabytes, and patch full English version 0 is 250 megabytes, right? Yeah. So that's a pipeline of how it builds this thing. There's no code in there yet, so no consideration for the code. This all just caters to purely data. So going forward, what we need here is also like if we make code a submodule of the patch, then this mod builder also needs to be able to pick up the code, and like with one press of a button, it should compile the code as well in the fitting configuration that the patch wants it to be. Yeah. So the idea is I just need to press execute, just this one button, and it will build the whole patch, and it will install it, and it will execute it. That's a promise of this mod builder. In one click, and everything is done and ready to test. Yeah. So if I then go and I change some file, it will pick up that I changed this file, and then it will rebuild everything necessary for this one file change, and it will ignore everything else that doesn't need updating. Yeah. So if I just change an ini file, then only this ini file needs to be copied again. Then the big file needs to be built with all the other ini files that are adjacent to this modified ini file. and then I should be ready to install this again into the game and run the game. So, and as you can see here, now the patch is running. There's like this disclaimer here at the bottom so that we can see, we actually loaded into this. And if we quit the game, it should uninstall it again because it runs this sequence here. Yeah, it will also restore the game language to the original. Basically, it wants to be as least intrusive as possible. Yeah, but you can also do like single actions. You can just say, okay, I want to just build release. I don't want to test it. Yeah, I just want to build. You can also do that. Yeah. So what I don't like about this mod builder is my main gripe with this is that we cannot easily have it as like just loose scripts in here right now. Like it would be great if you just needed to sync like the Python scripts from the reference project, just put it in here, and then you run a batch file, and then it just like it gets all the dependencies for Python, and it just works. Like you can modify the Python script, and you could just like even change the behavior of the mod builder if you liked here temporarily. That would be great. But it's like if the mod builder is updated, you first need to make a new release here on the web page. Yeah. And then you need to update the batch script to reference this new version. So you would need to go here to Windows, and then I think install mod builder, and then you have this unholy batch script, and it looks like this one doesn't contain it. So let's look at setup here, and then you would have to go here, and then you would have to change this mod builder version here, the size and the hash. Yeah, and then it would pick it up here from this URL and download it if you put in a new one here. Yeah, so it's a bit I don't like it. It would be great if we just had like the Python files here, in here, and then you just run it and it just downloads the dependencies and it just works from here directly. And so that if we make a new update of the mod builder, then it just gets pulled in. Or we don't use Python at all. I also welcome that, because Python, while in a way it's cool that it's a interpreted language. So like if you could edit the Python files directly here, then you can change behavior really quickly and just run it, and it's fine. But it's very slow. Like I already did a lot of performance optimizations for this, so that it runs reasonably fast, but they're diminishing returns, and I hit a ceiling. Yeah. And I think if this was in a natively compiled language or something like Go, then it probably would be much faster. And also this multiprocessing here, this one doesn't work, unfortunately. The promise of this was, so in Python you don't have threading. Yeah, well, you have threading, but it's still single. In reality, it's a single thread application still. It just means it can pause interpretation at some point and do some other task, but it then needs to pause this other place. So the only way to have real multi-threading is multiprocessing, which means you need to spawn multiple processes to delegate to one task, or to tasks in parallel, which is what this implemented, but it doesn't work as soon as you do a frozen build. Then something broke here. So right now it doesn't work. And so the point of this is, right now, this only really works in a non-parallelized way. So a lot of performance is wasted by not being multi-threaded. Yeah. So if I do a clean build of all the bundles for all the languages, it would take 10-15 minutes or so to build this all. Yeah. And if this was a multi-threaded, I think this would be much faster, because there's a lot of, especially like the texture compression stuff, this takes a lot of processing. Yeah, and just like having this parallelized will gain a lot, and this compilation step, like it's certainly possible to parallelize a lot of tasks in here. Yeah, so this would be a great opportunity if we weren't using Python, or made this better here. So we have a reference implementation. Everything works right now, but we need new features once we get code, or want to do more things. Multi-threading is a concern. This interface is lacking options, like I can't set up the executable name. Like I want to run generals.h.exe, I have to go to some JSON file here and edit it instead of being able to override it here. So it's missing functionality, but the core idea, I think it does well. And it would be great to see this evolving to a more polished product that we can then use for the patch development. So once we get code in here, that this can then either reference, and it would be great if it could reference like a separate build where I say, okay, I already compiled it here, use that executable, or I say execute and it just builds the code and then it builds the data and it just works. One button press and it's all there. And it's the exact same state that would hit the user. That's also important. So like we don't need to edit the files and put it into the right locations and make sure that we don't forget anything. It should just work. And the whatever it builds here is an exact representation of what the user will get in the end. And so if there's a bug here, then the user will get the bug. And if everything is working here and there's no bugs, then we know the end user won't have any bugs. Because it's one-to-one. The same stuff that we test here with this, it will be the thing that will be distributed to the client, to the end user. So we need this, but we need this better, basically.
I don't mind taking a look at maybe rewriting it in Go, but does it need to be a UI, or can it be like a terminal UI?
So you mean like this thing here?
Yeah. Can it be like a terminal UI, like not strictly command line, but does it need to have like a Windows GUI?
Yeah, I think for these things that a GUI is nice. I think the most important is the command line arguments, so that like all the setup is fed into it with the JSON configurations and everything. But it would be good to have like this kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it will still have like not like a GUI, but a TUI, right? So you still have buttons, but it'll be in your terminal.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can't judge this without seeing this.
I'll see if I can make like a proof of concept and somewhere next week. Probably I can build like one bundle.
So I didn't know about like this much, because I thought I didn't know how like the mod makers would be using it, because now you explained it, like I don't understand as well, because with how you make a change and then the mod maker can then see I want to see this in the Korean build and see how it reflects without actually making the game files in a game file directory, installation directory, without changing those. He wants to like test them out, and now I understand it better. But what's like the flow for the user? What does he get once he gets the mod builder? Does he have to like the input? So I look at like the input, the process, and the output. Like I get the process, does building, the executing. The output is like the symlinking all the files that it has generated and converted. But the input, like, does it take everything from the game data and the changes you made? And how does the user set this up? Like, do they set the directories in this mod builder file and then the edited files?
Okay, so the mod builder is only for developers. This is not for the final user. So the user should never see this and never interacts with it. So once the mod builder has created the release here, like if we do build release and it has generated the release, then this is meant to go to GenHub or any other distribution method, right? So if we go here, game patch, here, release, and then we have the zip file, so we could now distribute this zip file to the user. And in here, as you can see, there's a patch. And so if we would now drop this into the game install directory, the patch would be working. Yeah. So yeah, we just, it's for developers. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but how does the developer use, like, I just cloned it. What do I do now, right? What do I get for the input files, the edited, the optional files you just mentioned? Like, do I make the changes there? Does it copy directly everything from the installation folder?
So the developer, he will open
Yeah.
the project in his favorite IDE. Like, let's say I go here, I open patch, yeah. And now I have some web mini, I make some tweaks here. Like, let's say I go here and I change this to 2200, yeah, for whatever reason. Then I go to mod builder, and so here the GUI is separated from the terminal here, right? So if I now click on build, then it will recognize that I have modified this file, because the hash will be different now of this file. And nothing happens right now. Why not? It's stuck.
But it works on the game patch repository, because you're now editing the channel's game patch, and then the mod builder recognizes that. But where does the input come from there? Like, because I just cloned the mod builder and I'm running it. Do I now also have to clone the patch and then point it to the mod builder that the patch is there?
Okay, I just realized it didn't build because the terminal needed some clicking here. So let me just say, I will get to your question. So now it basically recognized that we edited this ini file, which you can see. How do we see this? Here, see, there's a log source. Oops. Here, the source file is changed. Yeah, and then here with this ini file, it will make now this file. So it will now put it into this .build folder, as you can see here. Yeah, and then it goes through all the bundles and checks if anything else has changed. Yeah, and now it will hash this ini file here, and then it will store this hash here in this .pickle file, which is a Python serialization. So it saves like a state. Okay, we last built this ini file with this hash at this time, and so on. And then out of this, it will recognize, this raw bundle, this core ini has changed. Yeah, and then it will take all the necessary steps to now rebuild this big file. Yeah, so here with core ini, build this big file here. Yeah, and then it will also hash this big file, and then we are done. It will write here some other pickle files, and then it is done, and then it can install this, and then we'll be able to run the game. Yeah, so it goes through all the different steps that are necessary to get the source file into the intermediate steps, and then finally into the big file and into the final patch that is then meant to be installed in the game. So now to your question, the mod builder is just like the tool to do this, but the project, so in this case, General's game patch 1.04 PZH, this one uses the mod builder. It owns the configurations, and it uses the mod builder to build the project through the mod builder with these configurations. Yeah. So the mod builder is like a tool that just lives and can be maintained besides this project, but the project then uses the mod builder to build the project specific files with it. Yeah. So this build install run with GUI here, what it will do is it will download the mod builder, and it will put it here into this windows.mod builder. Yeah, and it would put it here, and now it can use it. Yeah. So it's like a copy of the mod builder that is local to this project. It's not part of the Git repository. Yeah, so it won't be submitted in the history. It's just like local, right? So that locally it can use it. And then and different projects can use different kind of versions, right? So You might have another project that uses an older version of the mod builder. That's fine too, right? So you don't have to use the latest version. Whatever is compatible right now with the current state of the project you can use. And you can upgrade the mod builder and use a new one. And depending on what the upgrade is, maybe you need to migrate some of your configurations or not, right? It depends. Historically, I've been pretty conservative. The configurations are pretty much the same that were from the start. Like I basically I just thought about, okay, what should be the design of this, and it has worked so far. the setup. Yeah, maybe the JSON files are not so intuitive to read because there's a lot of levels, right? As you can see, like it starts with bundles and then items and then files and then in there some. So it's like quite a bit of depth to these JSONs. Maybe a different format would have been better for this. But since I was closely building the tool itself alongside then the configurations, it was okay for me. But I could imagine that if someone else wanted to maintain this, and there's no good documentation for it, then it's a bit harder maybe. Yeah. So for me, it was easy. I knew what can be done here. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, maybe what would have been good for this is like if the tool could allow you to have like a higher level abstraction of this JSON file where you can click things and drag and drop things around to something that can read this JSON and then can also write it out so that you don't need to do it in a text-based edits, but that you have a UI to set this up, and it gives you all the optionality that is in there so that you don't need to know, I can write in source parent here and source target list, or here source target, yeah, because you need to like know this, what you can put in there, right? So if we have like an abstraction for this, that would be also cool. Yeah. Yeah, conceptually it would be great to like keep the same kind of functionality, but it could also deviate in some ways, right? If it's a improvement over the status quo.
So I'm looking at how like GenUp, because we have our tools tab, and then if we have our own tool, that's basically mod builder then, and then it would kind of flip the script where you would have the game patch game data repository downloading the mods, you would the tool, you would have the tool downloading the repository, then using the patch, because then now writing the mod has to inherit these JSON properties that you've then used, because they're also committed to the repository, and then the tool has to then like use those schema that you've basically created. I don't think it's that much a problem to make it in GenHub, because UI is also not that difficult to work with. I'm also looking at I can just make a simple agent running on it, as I mentioned before. An overview how it's doing, because you've already provided a lot of detailed information, and it doesn't seem that complicated about what it actually does, the functionality.
Oh, I just realized I was muted, right?
Yes.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, I was wondering if if my audio was gone.
Ah, okay. I don't know how long I just talked.
Like 2.5 minutes, I think.
2.5 minutes. No one said anything. Okay.
I was also talking for like 1 minute and I was muted as well.
Ah, you too. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What was I saying?
I thought Discord went down.
You were talking about game files added and this 1.04 CSV, like you were hovering over that.
Yeah.
as you
Okay.
were talking.
Yeah. Okay. I was just touching on this thing here, and I said that this functionality is not something I showed now, but it's maybe also something that can be removed. This one was used for the idea of, okay, we have files in the repository that are original, but we don't touch it, and so it should not be part of the distribution to the final user, right? But if you think about it now, like if something is unmodified, it should not even be part of the repository of the Git repository. It should not be there, right? So this was like a way to say, okay, we know the original files, the original hashes, and if we have such a file in the repository, we don't put it in the distribution. But yeah, it's like thinking about it now, it's a bit of a nonsense feature. I don't know what the main motivation was behind. I think we had at some point we had a bunch of files which were not modified, so they were just sitting there. But now, after many years, I think this one is useless. There's other functionality like the changelog generation, which I think is still useful. I touched on that earlier. The core idea is that you are able to generate different views of the changelog for different purposes, right? So right now we just generate markdown files, which are useful for presentation in GitHub, but you could also generate HTML files for web presentation, or you could format them in different ways, and you can filter them. Actually, maybe I can show it to you. So it's like it's like a separate item here, its own item. Yeah, here, changelog JSON, and basically you set here the source of the changelog. So here changes version 1, or the YAML files, target, and then you say, aha, I want to generate all sorted by date MD, and then it knows, aha, with MD file I generate the markdown. And then there are also filters here. You can say I want to include these labels and exclude these labels. And so, for example, here, if we want to sort it by severity, we have a sort list, and then we can sort by these labels here that are part of the YAML file descriptions. Or we can say we only want to include controversial items. Yeah, and then you can generate a changelog which just contains controversials, and it's sorted by USA, China, GLA, both civilian, in ascending by date. Yeah, so yeah, you can have these different views. I think this is useful, and it's also part of the mod builder. Yeah. Mod builder also has a. If you go here to scripts and we go to Python, mod builder can load custom Python files, and you can inject them into the build pipeline. So there is, if we go to patch and optional items, maybe. I don't know if I find a sample of this, but basically, is it here? Yeah, here. So on finish, build raw bundle item, and then you can run scripts on specific events. So the events, they will be triggered on build steps. Yeah. So in this case, when the raw bundle item build step has finished, and then you can run this Python, and then it will pass relevant builds, and we can open this file. So if we go to scripts, Python, we open it. Let's see what's in there. And it does something here. I don't remember what this is for. I think it logs something also. Yeah, it prints something out so that you can review what actually was built here with this Blender conversion, yeah, which is specific to the project needs. So it's nothing that is native in Mod Builder, because the project might want to do some custom logic that is then ejected in the Mod Builder, right? So in this case, just printing some stuff so that you get some context on what the exported file will be made of. Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel strongly about this functionality. So if we don't have this, then it's maybe not a big loss. But actually, so for example, this was also used for the Control Bar Pro. I did add Mod Builder to this, and then there's a build step where it will modify the WND files in a post-build step for different resolutions, because the original game had limitations on the font sizes in the menu, and then I said, okay, we need to modify the text sizes for different resolutions. So if someone wants to play in 4K, then some of the font templates, they need to be scaled up. Yeah. And so then this build script can then facilitate this and say, okay, we open this, we create a temporary ini file from the template ini file, and then we modify the sizes. And for different kind of build configurations, we can, customize the build logic. Yeah, so it can be useful for some specific things, because you don't want to do all of this by hand and have all kind of different source files that are systematically identical, but you just need a bit of variation for different kind of distributions. Now with source code, maybe this kind of thinking is not so much necessary anymore, but the source code should just provide functionality, to avoid these kinds of data hacks. But legacy, when we didn't have source code, then this was a consideration to make for things because of the limitations, right? So, and that's why I'm saying that maybe we don't need to have such a functionality in the future, because if we need some customizability, then it should be a code feature to facilitate this, and not like modify data in ways that this different kind of distributions have different flavors of setups. Yeah.
So getting this in GenOp, I don't think that's much of an issue. Like just making a tools tab and then writing C# code. It would also script flip the script, like the way you have it right now. You have to clone the game data direct repository and then run the script for Mod Builder, which would install Mod Builder, and then you would have to run Mod Builder using one of those scripts. But then if you have a GenOp, it would be the opposite. You would have a tool, and the tool would get the game patch data then. And then you would work in that game patch data using the tool.
So you would import.
That kind of gets whole split, yeah.
You would import the setup from the project, and then it's like you just have this one program installed on your machine, and it just works with all the different projects. But then I wonder what happens if, let's say, you have an older project which uses, it depended.
Can do Git? No.
Say again?
Yeah, Git version control. It checks every time if there's a new patch, because it's the repository.
I'm not sure what you refer to. So the point I tried to make is that, so right now with Mod Builder you have an old version, and then this
isn't this because the Mod Builder is built upon the game patch data repository, right? And then if that changes, we version control using Git. So every time you want to use the Mod Builder, it checks if there's a new Git update, and then if you're outdated, you get the new data then. Or do you mean if it's like locally you have a different data, then what change you want to make?
So the project drives which version of Mod Builder is used. Yeah, so that the project is always in the driver's seat. It's not Mod Builder that is in the driver's seat. So if the project is built with an old version, it will use the old version because it was built for this. This avoids breaking things if some format change or so. Now, ideally, if like the JSON contract was changed, then ideally the tool would retain legacy compatibility. So here in this case, I added like these versions. So let's say there was a fundamental change to how these bundles work, then this would need to be bumped to 2, and then it would use the new version scheme. And if it was 1, it would still allow the old ones. But sometimes, the functionality of Mod Builder is maybe changed in ways that is not configurable here in these JSON files. And then you would want to gracefully update to a new version only when the project is ready for it, right? And so I'm just saying that if you have like this one GenHub installation on your computer, and you have an old project, and it relies on old GenHub functionality, and it's not easily possible to run the old GenHub beside the new GenHub, then it could be tricky to get this to run. So the project needs to set the demands for what GenHub should provide, or in this case, a Mod Builder provides.
I think I'm a bit more confused now.
Okay.
The projects you mentioned, I think I don't understand exactly how they work then. Because can you explain this? Like, I'm a mod maker and I have my own project. How do I go about it? Because I thought the way you explained before is that you have to clone the game data patch, and that's where you then use the mod builder. You make your own changes for your mod, and then you take it over. But then, what if you have your own project? Do you have to make those entire the directory structure that you have on your repository with those edited files, or are those all read from the JSON, or do you just have a JSON and those configurations, and then you add your own project files, which then it reads those from?
You have full freedom. If you create a new project, you can set it up in any way you like with the Mod Builder. Like, you're not confined by any restrictions. It's just that, so for example, if we go here to Super Hackers, so I can tell you that, for example, here, General's control bar contains Control Bar Pro. Yeah, and Control Bar Pro is also built by Mod Builder, but this one is using an older version of Mod Builder in here. So if we go here in Windows Mod Builder, it uses Mod Builder 1.5, an old version. And right now, all the configurations here are catered to this exact version. Yeah. And so if I wanted to use a more modern version of Mod Builder, then I would need to check what has changed in Mod Builder and then eventually upgrade the JSON files if it is necessary. Maybe it works out of the box straight away. But basically, this philosophy is there to make sure that Mod Builder cannot just upgrade on its own, but the project decides which version of the Mod Builder is used. Does that make sense?
How does a mod creator go about creating a new project? And do they create a script, or do they create a JSON file with the configurations, and the mod builder uses that? But what else does he need from this the base files in this directory?
So
let's say you create a new one.
There's on GitHub as well, there's a sample project, Mod Builder sample. And here's the minimum amount of stuff. So these 4 JSON files are in here, and then in scripts, the batch scripts to launch it in different ways. And then in Windows, there are these scripts that install the Mod Builder, request admin and setup with standard JSONs here for Windows. So this one refers to the tools used by Windows and how to run it on Windows. And so these are the required scripts, this here and this. And then the project-specific JSONs, these here. So this is very small here, it's 1 kilobyte files. Here, very small. Only this one is a bit upsetting. There's the 7-zip DLL, because It's used for decompressing the mod builder. Yeah, so that's needed right now. But obviously, it would be better to change this in ways.
Mm. Because like the project is just the JSON files essentially. They're the configurations of how you interact with the tool then.
Mhm.
And then if he wants to take over the project, he has to just move the JSON files, configurations he had, and then link it with the mod builder, like which version he has. He built that to it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the project is just the configs.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to think more about it, but I think it won't be that difficult to implement this in GenHub. Like making a tool for it. The process might be a bit different, like the project and tools or how that would look like, but I think I've got a lot of information now.
Okay. Yeah. So there's there's a reference though. If you go to GitHub, then you see in Super Hackers. So, oh boy. Here. So you can look at the mod builder sample and mod builder itself, and then you can look at game page. This one has the most use of it, but you can also look at the control bar, which is somewhere here as well. General's control bar somewhere. Yeah. So yeah, I would say use this as reference this year, and this year's reference. I think that gives you the best understanding of it. Yeah. When I developed mod builder, I also mostly tested it against this year directly, because that was the main intent for it, this project.
Sample was outdated, right? The version for the sample, the way it used it.
Yeah.
Or was it the control bar?
Yeah, the control bar is using 1.5, which is 8 version prior.
Okay.
And this one is using the latest. As you can see, the version 2.3 is the latest. But it doesn't use all the functionality, I think. Maybe it uses like varying things of mod builder. Like, it goes through like sample functionality. Maybe not everything, but like the bulk of it. Yeah. So I would say there's a lot less noise. So I think it's worthwhile to look at this because it's simpler than the game page project. Yeah. It's much smaller, obviously in scope, and so I would say look at this first, at the mod builder sample.
Sure.
Okay. We have deviated quite a bit from our initial
like an hour
topic, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are 4 hours 30 in. Okay, but do we have a better understanding now of things?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
On other things as well.
Yeah. Okay. So Stubjax, if you want, you can make a write-up of how you would like to set up initial things, and then we can discuss this. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. So if you can take care of mod builder, it would be fantastic. I just the only thing I can ask of you is then to really be diligent with testing and making sure that this all produces correct results, because I found it very easy to make mistakes, and I also found it very easy to build the things in slow ways. Yeah, so I think performance is a big concern. So well, the good thing is you have a benchmark, right? And you have a proof of concept. So like if you run whatever you built against the original, then you can compare if the result builds the exact same thing, right? Plus you have a performance benchmark. So when you run the mod builder, it will tell you how slow it is. Yeah. So let's say I click on Core English. I click the clean button. Then it will clean. It's weird. I need to click into this window in this terminal and press enter. Otherwise it doesn't work. It's weird. So, and now I click on build. And now it starts building, and then it will tell you at the end how long it took to do this. Now, I think some of the time is wasted here by the output to the terminal. But if you keep the output, I think there is a... yeah, you can untick verbose logging, and then it will do less printing. And I think this will be your benchmark. So you untick this one here, and then you click on build. If you don't click any bundle pack list, it will also build all the bundles here in sequence. So you can also do that. And yeah, so this will be your benchmark. If you're slower than this, then that means you need to do fixing. Yeah, like there's no excuse for being slower than Python. Yeah. I will be very strict about this because Python is a slow piece of shit. Yeah, so it's impossible to be slower than this. Yeah, but I think the main cost will probably be disk access. So you have to be very conscious about not wasting cycles on disk access. So basically my credo was to try to minimize reading files or even just checking that the file exists. Like even a seemingly harmless file exists check is a cost, right? So like you need to build it in a way, and we have a reference implementation so you can see like the steps in there. And I think maybe it would be cool if you could do it similar, because then I would still understand what it does, right? If you know, otherwise if you do it completely new, everything, then, you know, it will be harder for me to understand it again as well. Yeah, so basically build the logic in ways that it only accesses a file when it really needs to. Like try to keep state in memory, or like try to recover state from a serializable file, right? And then, so, I mean, there is a minimum amount of file access that you need to do. For example, you need to check, like, has this file changed, right? Or, yeah, this is combined with, does this file actually exist? Like when you load in the JSON files, they will tell you, aha, these files exist in this directory. Please use them to build this bundle. Yeah, and at this time, when it discovers these things exist, it needs to do this hashing of the file to see if it is unchanged or not. I think I have like an optimization to also check for file date, but I'm not so sure about this anymore. But I think the way I implement it is robust, and I think that's also important. Like you cannot do cheap tricks to for performance reasons if it's absolutely necessary to get like a correct state, because it's easy to mess up things. Like I had some bugs. I can't give you specifics, but I had bugs where I touched the source files in some way, and then I clicked on build, and it didn't pick it up for some reason. Yeah, and so you need to be very conscious about this. That if I make a change to a file, it has changed in some way, then the tool needs to pick this up. It needs to understand this. Yeah. That's very important, because you don't want to run in a situation where I click on build and my edit is not in actually the files that are being used then by the game. Yeah, so this is very important. So here in this case, it has taken 160 seconds to just build this one thing. Yeah, so it's pretty slow. Okay, I think we've touched on way too many topics here. Is there anything else someone wants to raise, or do we want to go to bed now?
I quickly got one thing. For the topics like the pull request that needs testing, right now it's more like me asking what needs testing instead of actually what properly needs testing, because we don't have a section of saying, oh yeah, these pull requests have been tested in game, these have not been tested. Is there a way to make that easier and faster to understand, so you guys know this is tested, this is not tested, this needs testing? Because right now it's a bit of a mess when it comes to the testing. It's more like, oh yeah, I think this needs testing, and then I'll do some testing with it, or you guys ask me specifically. There's no actual teller on the GitHub at the moment to tell, okay, this pull request now needs to be tested to check if everything works in game or not. Any plans for that? Any way we can improve that?
Okay,
Like add tags for it?
yeah, it's a good point. Like we are lacking test coverage to really make sure that all the stuff that is in there is actually working as intended. And we do have regressions, and we do have bug reports for some, but maybe we missed some other things, right? I mean, typically it's a responsibility of the change author to estimate the impact of a change, right? So like you can have a change and the developer feels very confident about it and says, yeah, I tested it and it feels pretty okay. And then maybe the reviewers are agreeing with this and like there seems to be no bigger risk. But then there will be other changes where the developer realizes, oh, this looks risky because it touches so many things and I don't know if I can test it all. Or if I considered all the possibilities here, maybe I missed something. And then the tester can specifically approach you and can tell you, hey, please test this. So this was, for example, the case with the NetPacket refactor, right? Where it was not clear if this is good enough or not. Like I can test locally network mesh and see that things work. And will have another coming up for you soon. And you know, I can test it in a way and say, okay, it works in principle, yeah, without obvious bugs, but maybe I missed something. But then obviously the worst are like unknowns. Like we can have changes where we think, oh yeah, this looks okay and I don't see risk, but then yeah, we made a mistake and there will be a bug. And yeah, maybe it could be useful to retroactively go through the commit history and look at changes and reevaluate if something needs a bit more testing or so. And maybe there will be some more bugs found by specifically testing some of the changes. I don't have a answer for you. Maybe this is something that you can decide on your own to see if you find something, or maybe you can ask, maybe you see something where you say, oh, this looks fishy, yeah, and then maybe you can ask the developer, you know, if he agrees, or if you can explain something, or if he can give you some pointers as to what would need testing, or yeah, I don't have a good answer for you on this one, but I think the more testing, the better, typically. Right.
Okay. I've also, can you guys give me like access so I can, let's say, add roles, like the tags to some of the pull requests that says that needs testing? Also a bit for myself as well, because yeah, I go through this GitHub often, but I cannot always say, oh yeah, this is tested yet, this is not tested yet. If I could add like roles to say, oh yeah, I tested this, I can just add the thing that I tested it in a way. Could that also be possible? So that way it helps myself to keep it organized a bit and also tell you guys, oh yeah, this change, I tested it specifically in game.
Instead of labels, maybe we move it into like that you can move it into projects, so that you have like a testing project and then you can move these relevant tickets into it. And then, so GitHub allows you to create projects. I think we are not really using it for anything right now. Let me try to find something. So if we go
on a Kanban board,
projects, oh, there's nothing here. Let me go to patch. I think Red versus Blue did add some here. No, also not. What? Okay. I thought we had some projects somewhere. Ah, here, projects. Ah, they are organization-wide. Here, community patch first release. So you can create things like this, where you have like a project, and then you add these tickets and link them in there. Yeah. And so maybe this would be an opportunity, and then you can move them in and out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can get someone to explain me more how the projects work exactly. And then I can see if I can set something up maybe. Because
Yeah.
right now the testing overall is a bit more like, oh yeah, I either approach you or you guys approach me, and then I do the testing for it. But it's no like particular way yet to do things for topics that need testing. Because often I sometimes I can get a week of no one requesting anything. I can get a week where I get like 10 different changes, and then sometimes things get lost through it because it's just Discord messages, or most of the time.
I see the pain, yeah. I'm not the best person when it comes to project management. Maybe Arctic Dolphin and Lemon can help you with this. We can give you permissions so that you can like do these things. But yeah, otherwise I can't directly help you with this, but I will make test requests when I have them.
Yeah, that just makes my life a bit easier, and also for you guys. 'Cause if you guys have something to need me to test, let's say it's quite urgent, then you don't have to always directly message me. If you just be able to say like urgent tag for testing or something or whatever, I can just quickly go through it. I see the list of things I still need testing, and then I can assign. Oh yeah, I tested it in this and in this way. Because that would help out you guys and myself as well. And then if other testers are there, they can also see what needs testing or not.
Yeah, to me it sounds very good to have more organization for testing. I suggest a sync with Arctic Dolphin and Lemon about this to facilitate this. It has my support, but I don't want to spend thoughts on this because I'm busy.
Yeah, no, I understand. You're quite a busy man at the moment, anyway. So
yeah.
Again, that sounds good, and I'll check with those guys then.
Okay.
Those were my
I think
questions.
You can also,
actually.
like for the projects in GitHub, you can also make a Kanban board, which makes it easier to see what's been tested and not.
Make a what exactly?
Like a Kanban board. Let me show you on my screen. Let me change my screen.
Yeah, but when it comes to projects, I don't really know yet how they properly work. So
it's wrong screen. This screen. So wait. I just create like a test project. So this is like a Kanban board where you can see everything from top to bottom. And here you can add like a new one. I think you got like needs testing, or like has been reviewed. So then you can move these. Can I move this? Can you move here? So this is like the backlog, and you move this here. This is needs testing. It has been reviewed, and you move this here. So you can organize this. This is how like project management also goes. If you go to like Trello, you know Trello, where you manage things like.
yet.
I don't. Wait.
Oh, this looks pretty cool.
Jira.
Yeah. So you just move it from one stage to the next.
Because this is like how Jira also works, where you have tickets and you move from to do to done to review, and then that's how project management goes. And that's how because I saw how the super hackers looked and didn't use the Kanban, and I thought it'd be more useful if you guys also use this kind of view. Because I think you had a new view here.
But it's actually quite good.
Works. New view, yeah. Look, he had a new view table, and then he added a table, new view board. Yeah, new board, and then this is how he makes this. This is the new views. And then you can now review these.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can talk with Lemon. I think he's the project manager for this, so he'll help you more.
Yeah, I'll contact him for the testing side of things. Because right now I see a lot of issues where, let's say, a change got made by Superhacker and does what it needs to do, then it gets added to the game, or either the Superhacker patch or Journals Online, and then you see these unwanted bugs appearing people now get pissed off and all that, and want to prevent for things having to be added to the game, removed again from the game, because people don't like having changes being added and then deleted again and later added again, because things were not properly tested yet. So
Also gives you a better overview.
yeah, that would actually be awesome having something like this for the testing side of things. I can just add whatever thing I want to, I guess, to it, and then I'll be like, okay, that's tested, that's not tested, or that doesn't need testing.
Backlog is every issue we have as well, yeah. So it's like you can do whatever you want in this view. It can just be for your testers.
Yeah, I think for a group for testers would be great, because I know there's a lot of people that want to test, that help with the testing side of things. There's like no clear overview, so often I'm the one telling those guys, oh yeah, we need to test this, 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 and this. And either I do it with them or they do it alone, but most of the time it's just, see who asks what. It's a bit a pain in the ass for now. Yeah. I'll see if I can talk to Lemon about this to get the proper testing team and section into it. Be great. So you guys don't have to wait too long for testing your pull requests and all that and your issues. Okay, I'll talk to Lemon about it and see if he's willing to help me set it up.
I think at Discord we originally did have a group of testers, but they kind of dissipated after a while.
Yeah, it's the thing. If there's not a lot of testing needed to be done at a specific time, and it's more like only a few people tell them, oh yeah, these are things that need testing, instead of actually being able to see a list of what needs testing, then yeah, people will automatically after a while stop testing because there's no work, right? Because often things that get asked me to test are things that I can test alone, unless it's like specific mismatch testing or crash testing or whatever, like those specific type of testing. But most of the time, small testing I can do alone. If, let's say, a unit now got changed and this bug got fixed, then now we're going to make sure that everything in any form of way has been tested around that unit to make sure there's no bugs that come with it. Like you can do that in single player quite easily. We're just creating this a test map or whatever. And right now, often that is the case. So the actual other testers that are there don't have the work because there's nothing for them to do yet. And there's no big things that need actual 6-player matches going on or long battles to see if it mismatches, crashes, or something weird behavior goes on. But I'll see if I can get some people to help me with this and set something proper up then.
Okay. Then, do we want to talk about anything else, or do we want to end it here?
I don't have anything else to discuss right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think some of these topics can also be breakout topics for another session, either by voice or written. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. From my side, I think we have covered way more than I initially intended or anticipated. I just wanted to talk about data patch. Now I think we have a bit more clarity now on what is there and what we can do. All the specifics are still kind of vague, but yeah, I think have Stubiax write something, and then I think it's likely that we will have a new project if Stubiax is willing to do a lot of the work. I'm still a bit scared of it because I expect it will be a lot of work for everyone. Yeah. But okay, I mean, fixing the whole game is a lot of work, so we just have to accept that. No one said it will be easy, right? Okay.
No one said this game had no bugs.
What? Which bugs? I've never seen a bug in this game.
Issue report: Nerffish. He's too op. He keeps finding too many bugs.
Interestingly, when we started the patching effort more seriously a couple of years ago, I also wasn't really so much aware of the sad state it was in. It's just like the more you look, the more you actually realize this. Like when I played back in the day, I was oblivious to many things. Yeah, the obvious things, like the scut bugs and, exploits and range bugs and so, right? But like all the small things, you don't necessarily, you ignore, right? Because you're more frustrated by the things that, that stop your game, right? Crashes and so on.
Yeah.
And then the smaller things you start to ignore because you're just happy if there's no mismatch, right? You're already happy. Yeah. So
You're happy that your game finishes.
yeah, exactly. So 1 hour game and you end it and you're happy. Yeah. And all the small bugs in between, like lags and so on, you just forgive. Yeah. But then, like once you start dissecting all these things, you start to realize like how bad all this stuff is and how much is there to fix. And it's just a never-ending mess. You investigate this one thing and then you find 2 more things. It just never ends. Yeah.
Each bug you find 2 new, and those create 2 more, and after a while you have 500 bugs for 1 bug. Like, damn it.
Well, it was like
It's a bit crazy.
the most significant bugs you could only know about once the source code came out, to be honest, because you just couldn't track down what was causing it otherwise.
Yeah.
Well, especially all the way the pathfinding was working and crashing the game. It was just because it's so dependent on previous state and how the game has progressed, you just can't tell when it's going to crash.
The amount of crashes that we had that we already fixed and found is just crazy. And we don't even have them all yet. It's already almost a year later, if not a year later, since the source code got released. So.
Okay, but I think the biggest items we have already tackled, right? Recently, we submitted the fix for the microwave tank. This one was the last critical issue, really. The last known one. Obviously, there can still be crashes that are hiding in the bushes somewhere. But I think from the big known ones, this was the last. So,
yeah, with Leggy playing on the builds that I've been making him from the weekly releases with the camera fixes on top, he rarely ever crashes. They do have a few mismatches for various reasons, but whenever they do tend to have crashes, it tends to be because of the AI group bugs, but we can't fix that fully in retail. So the game in general is just pretty solid now, to be honest. I think Go has shown that a lot.
You rarely see also crashes in General Online and all that. If you just play casual games, most Hurricane games now properly end, except for the mismatches for the mapped any issues, right? Other than that, I don't really see any proper mismatches or crashes that you can see like, oh, we can replicate it quite easily. It's like only those outsiders, but really stable now. Even the late game battles where units don't freeze up and your DC menu doesn't pop up because of the networking change and the data changes. So we're in the best version of the game ever.
A couple of months ago, Maula was suggesting that maybe we have some playtests once in a while. Maybe it would be a good time to pick this up and do this once in a while, because we haven't actually, at least I didn't have any playtests on our build. I never played one single match. Maybe
too busy fixing the game.
Yeah, maybe it could be an idea to have like some casual playtests once in a while and take a look at things, because I found that when I just play the game a bit, I find issues. Like the other day, I was like, for example, looking into this audio bug with the particle cannon, and then I saw like 2 other issues as well. So sometimes it's good to just play the game a bit and then see if there's something wrong with it. Yeah.
I do understand that each time you play a game and you be like, oh, I found a bug, oh, I found another bug, oh, I found another bug, that you instantly want to fix them. But it's sometimes difficult, you know. Playing, I think, once in a while does help you remind of what you're building and what you're fixing. I think that will help you a bit more of understanding those things as well. But so far, you're all doing a really good job on it.
Yeah, the game still works. That's good, right?
It still works.
Still launches.
Otherwise, I would have told you. I would have told you we did it.
Oh, yeah. I think I would have also noticed if the game was crashing on launch or so. Yeah. But the other day, someone came there in the Ask the Dev channel, and he said there were a huge number of new issues compared to retail, like with the scrolling, for example. So there are probably some things we need to revisit, right?
Yeah, but don't look into issues if it's only like one report of one random guy you don't know. Often when you only have like one report from one guy, it's either something on his end or something he just doesn't know is changed. Like the scroll speed, because we changed the way the scroll speed works, and now they don't know how to properly change it. And then they go complain about that they don't know how to, like they think it's bugged, but they just don't know how it now works again. No. Often you have things like that, and people just need to figure out how it works.
Yeah.
So,
you're probably right for many cases, but I would say that it's still worthwhile to look, because if someone has like a complaint, then
true.
there still can be action items spawning out of this. Like even if it's just about making something easier to configure or so, right? So right now, since we don't actually change the UI, you have to go to the options ini and make changes there. Obviously, this is not the way it should be.
That is the biggest issue.
Yeah. So
the options ini.
It's not great, but we're just building, so it's okay for now. Together with a patch, then obviously this can be polished better.
Definitely, once we break compatibility, we can really focus into more quality of life changes when it comes to UI and all that. Right now, we're so focused on keeping it compatible with retail and the mods that it's sometimes difficult, Once we're there, I think we can properly make all the quality of life changes for all the normal players that don't have anything technical related, so they don't have to go to options ini and this extra line that they don't know about to add. But I think that's more our focus for once we break compatibility in the first place.
Mm-hmm. So do we maybe want to make a playtest next week, Sunday or so?
Oh, I thought you were going to say now.
No, not now. No, I need to
Let's boot it again, guys. Let's boot it.
No.
Yeah, I think playtest would be great as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you want, then maybe next week Sunday or so for 1-2 hours or so. Yeah.
I can make some time for that.
I can make an updated leggy build, so we've got the camera height fix in place for the temporarily.
Or Sazon finishes the camera stuff and then we merge it.
I also don't have a problem with playing with 4:3 resolution. That's fine.
Yeah, a lot of people now, the truly complaints when gameplay wise is mostly the camera and the pitch. Good Channel Online slightly tackles it with the camera height settings they have, but the pitch is still not there as well.
Mm-hmm.
The camera thing is something that most players would like to have. But I do understand that's a lot of work and that will take a little bit more time to get it polished, to get it out.
Yeah, well, actually, the camera pitch and camera height changes are not that big of a deal, but basically what I'm doing is I'm like looking at camera first before making like changes on top that would change the way it works.
Just make sure that everything behind it works.
Yeah, basically I like to keep the scope of the camera functionality smaller first and like tackle the underlying problems before extending its functionality. It's not strictly necessary, but I don't know, it's just like it keeps me more focused on this. And then later we can do like the widescreen stuff, and then, you know, with all its considerations. Because like if like we already had user configurable widescreen and pitching, and so then I would always need to test this as well every time I make a change, and then like it can be much more complex to like keep this all working from one build to the next. Like right now, by just like touching up what is already there, like it's so easy to break the camera by making like fundamental changes to it. So right now, for example, the scripted camera in USA Mission 1 is broken because there are changes missing that, you know, will come soon next. Because you make this one change and then it has all these ripple effects and everything breaks. It's absolute madness.
Yeah, I understand that. The same is why like a lot of people now complain as well, because some of their maps just straight on crash, just because like the game freezes fully because they have like cutscenes in them. So the cutscene part is also a bit broken. Some work, some don't. So I do understand you first want to fix all the backsiding of the code. That's why also I've been telling loads of the people that were asking for it just to be waiting, because a lot of changes are happening to the camera.
Right. The scripted camera freeze and network, that's actually not related to the camera changes, but to the rendering logic decoupling.
Okay.
Yeah. I was recently looking into this, but then so instead of addressing it directly, I then went ahead and continued the decoupling effort, which, you know, could add more issues on top before we get. But so the problem is that, Cabal made a good breakdown of this already. There currently is a bug with the way it detects a stalling network, and then it does this infinite loop, and it's need fixing.
Yeah, too much work, I see.
Yeah, the problem is I always get sidetracked by so much different things, and
yeah, I've noticed, but I do understand. You know, you do put a lot of work into it. I'll just tell the people to be more patient. Just wait another year, then it will be ready.
Yeah, I personally, I don't stress myself because we are also not releasing a product directly, but obviously Generals Online is already publishing, so we need to be a bit more cautious.
Because I think from our discussion like a couple of months ago, I think the only thing left now with everything else that's been merged is just the camera on widescreen aspects, which is the last thing really before we consider the first release.
Yeah, everything related with camera and all that, I think that is the last big thing. Because right now the game is in a really stable version of it, where people can just play and enjoy it. But yeah.
Okay, I will be grabbing food now. I wish you a great day or night. Yeah, sleep well.
Have a good day, man.
Yeah, have a good one there, bud.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.